Well, well, well. We're not gonna have a single bit of audio for this entire shitstorm. See, I don't even know what I'm saying. We're not gonna have a single bit of audio for this shitstorm. Ooh, we're gonna have a little bit of a delay ski for a second. What am I even saying? Not a delay. Repeat. Repeat. What's the word I'm looking for here? What is the word I'm looking for? I'm about to tag everybody. Say that I'm streaming. That's what I'm gonna do. At everyone. Stream is live. Chatting and working on a map. Boom. Layla's in here. How are you doing? Justin's in here. Ivan's in here. Funny's in here. Holy. Oh yeah, more book stuff? Shit. Alright. Oh my god, Fade sent a message in the chat, in the Discord chat. Where has she been at? Where has she been at? Dude, I haven't worked on this map in over a year. No bullshit. No bullshit, I haven't worked on this map in over a year. Not gonna lie. The last place I was obviously doing a lot of work down here. I'm not gonna lie about that either. There's not a lot going on in the rest of this shit, but this shit's pretty goddamn detailed, I'm not gonna lie. And I'm gonna stop saying that I'm not gonna lie. Even though I'm not gonna lie. I was doing some fine work down here. This is a lot less impressive than it looks, but it does look good, doesn't it? Looks pretty good. I don't really know where to put words on maps. That's one of the hard parts. Like, they get in the way, because obviously I should probably put more detail to fill in spaces, right? But then, like, for instance, this name goes to this camp right here, right? But if I place it over the camp, nah, get out of here, label. Get out of here, label. If I place it over the camp, then it's harder to read. I mean, it's not that hard to read there. But, like, you know, you zoom out, shit gets a bit tough to read. I mean, obviously, the answer that most people are gonna say is like, we'll just change the color. But what did they do on an old map? Because an old map, they all like it all looks this. It's all same colors, right? It's all browns, different shades of browns and tans. What is your book about? It's about a lot of things. It's about a lot of things. It's about it's kind of loosely based. It's not that loosely based on it. It's based on. It's a fictional version of the Third Servile War, which is like between the gladiators, the slave gladiators, and the Romans. So it's a take on that, but obviously a lot more going on. So like that. It's the war is based on that. There's like a war going on in the book. That's based on that. But the main story of the book is it's about two really good friends, like unlikely friendship, and their travels together. I don't know even how to explain it. It's they're basically polar opposites. One's a writer and she's writing for like peace. Basically, she wants like the war to end. The other one is quite a bit the opposite and gets into a lot of trouble and feels like they only feel hate. And the writer girl is trying to help the other girl feel something other than hate and like realize that life's not complete shit. So she's kind of helping her like go chase her dreams, if you want to put it that way. But her dreams are like of legacy. The book is about cool people doing really cool things. It is about that. Like a darker brown. I mean, I could try a darker brown. And like, how dark we talking? That's black right there. See, like, it honestly, it just, at this point, it's just, I mean, it's probably like that. But then see what sucks about this. I'm lazy as fuck, man, honestly. Is it copying that? What does that mean? On, off? I don't know what any of this shit does, bro. I don't feel like it's copying this. I'm not gonna lie. Wait, hang on. Ooh. I haven't used this in like a year, bro. I don't know what I'm doing. All right, so go back to this one. Boom, boom. Oh, that's not too bad. Does that color look a little bit clearer? It looks darker for sure. I mean, I don't know if I like it as much. I think it looks a bit too dark. But it does make it more, it makes it a bit more readable, and it's not too dark. Like, it's not real bad. Let's zoom out. Let's zoom out and check it out. It kind of looks black. It kind of looks black when the words are big. I mean, I guess that's not, and this isn't even all the way zoomed out. Zoomed out is there. Wait, no, this is zoomed out. This is like the whole map, I guess. But obviously I'm working on this zone. This shit zooms in far, doesn't it? This shit goes crazy, bro. Like, this is zoomed out, and then boom, you gotta go to like 200% start seeing this detail, man. Actually, I'm so proud of this thing. I'm proud of this. It's not that impressive, but I'm proud of it. This place is pretty cool. Spent a little bit of time on this. Change these words. Yeah, it definitely looks dark now. Maybe that's not bad, though. Pull that, like, there, maybe. I feel like, actually, this should be smaller. This should be smaller, because the Drachenfelsen is, like... Actually, wait, there's no N. Wait, Drachenfels. There's no N. There's an N. This is based on a real mountain range. Well, the name was taken from a real mountain range in Germany. I think they have an N. I think theirs is Der Drachenfels N, which I think refers to multiple. Der Drachenfels means like the Dragon Rock. It's a pretty cool name. It's a real mountain range, but I think in real life it's multiple mountains, not just one. This one's specifically this big mountain. So maybe this should be smaller, because it's just like, just the mountain, not the mountain range. The mountain range is this. Maybe this should be like arched over it. I don't know what I'm doing, bro. That's all you guys need to know, is I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know if that looks better when it's like over there, or I think it looks better actually this way. But then it's like, how big should it be? And also, well, maybe it should be tilted a bit, because it is like, maybe like that. I don't know. This is like the weird thing about making maps, is like no matter what, it looks weird. Everything just looks weird. And also, the more you do, the more it looks weird, if you know what I mean. How do you go back? Undo. Let's just undo all that I just did. Because I feel like this looked better. Wait, does that look better? No, I don't think it does. Now that I'm looking at it again, it might not look better. Like that. Ah, that looks weird too, bro. It all looks weird. Hang on. Bro, get out of here, bro. Bro, label, get out of here. Can I move this again? Apparently not. I gotta move this one. Doesn't like me moving that one. Maybe this should be a bit bigger, I lied. Like right there. That looks pretty clean. And you know what I thought would be cool? I thought it would be cool. Maybe I should just have it overarching like this, you know what I mean? Doesn't look too bad, I guess. I'm like that. I don't know, bro. I'm just fucking around. What is everyone saying? Let's see. Let me look at the map I have. You have an old-timey map, an old-school map? Black might work too. I mean, old maps still had black. Yeah, I think they did have black. I just wanted like a weathered kind of feel, you know what I mean? The map I have has blueprint with a beige black background. With a beige background. Yeah, I want to go with like a weathered feel. That's why I wanted to do all browns, possibly. I think this looks cool. It looks old-timey. If that makes sense. I don't even know where to begin as to what I'm going to be doing tonight. I'm trying to remember where I was even at this thing. I got really, like, vibe killed on this, I'm not going to lie. Because, hey, what's this label doing? Dude, there's always labels. There's always labels places, bro. Hang on. There's just labels laying around. I don't know, it's like, I was on a roll when I was making this part, and then I just kind of lost my roll, and then I stopped. I also was adding this little mile tracker thing down here. Dude, these labels are pissing me off. Hang on. Here we go. Maybe that's better. Overlay? No. Water? Symbols, probably. Symbols. Oh, that's not a symbol? What is that? A label. No, it's not. An overlay. Nope. Definitely a symbol. It's definitely a symbol. I feel like that's a symbol. I know I put that there. I don't know why I can't click on it. Oh wait, yeah, measuring tool. It's a measuring tool. Oh wait. I lied. Is that measuring pixels? I don't know, I'm just fucking around with this shit trying to... Yeah, it's 178 pixels. Ooh, there's a pixel measure. Okay, I don't need that though. Oh, I should do kilometers, not miles. Seems how it's based on Germany. I mean, I don't know, they wouldn't have used either of these. Actually, it shouldn't have either of these. I lied. It shouldn't have either of these. Because they wouldn't have had any of those. Well, would they have had that? When did the mile get invented? Dude, I can't clear this shit. I don't know what I'm doing, bro. Alright, hang on. Undo. Wait, no. Hang on. Undo that. What's happening here? Can I get rid of that now? How do I get rid of this thing? I can only get rid of it if I place another one. What's this? Trace tool. I don't know what I'm doing, bro. I don't know how to delete this thing. Oh, here we go. Delete. Okay, there's that gone. How do we delete this thing, though? I don't know how to delete this thing. Clear. There we go. I don't know what I'm doing, bro. I don't know when the miles and kilometers were invented. Should I put those on a map like this? You know what I'm so proud of on this map, though? Before I even start fucking with it, I just gotta go reminisce and show you guys. Because I haven't really got to show people this map before, really. I think I've shown, like, 2 people, maybe. Maybe a couple more, I don't know. I actually got a lot of detail put in here. And, like, although a lot of it's random, so, like, for instance, let's say, like, you take, like, areas like this, right? This is just random. This is all just random. I mean, obviously it's a valley, but it's kind of random. But then I got to add little details in here like this. Like, there's a couple houses here, and that's not random. That actually matters in the story. Doesn't really, like, it's something you would miss in the map, but that actually matters. Like, if you read the story and you thought about where they went, you would know what that is. Same thing with this right here. Oh, wait, can you guys see my cursor? Yeah, you can. I think you guys can see the cursor. Same thing with this little ridge right here. This is actually, like, super important to the story. Even though it's just a ridge. But I went out of my way to make sure there was a ridge here. Or, like, kind of a cliffside, you know? Like a cliff overhang to the lake. Because that matters. And then, yeah, I don't know. The attention to detail is amazing. Yeah, it was fun to add little things. And actually, there was another thing I wanted to add. Well, so another thing that I thought would be cool, I don't know, the most impressive detail is that right there, though. This little cliff. Because like I said, like, this stuff is random, right? If the mountains, that's not that impressive. It might look cool, might look impressive, but it's not impressive. Like, it's just whatever. But this, I actually did this all myself, pretty much. All this little stuff, the rocks, and I placed this, like, very meticulously to make it look kind of how I imagined it looking. Maybe I should put a few more trees. But I think that's one of the problems, is if you use these ridges, I think you can't place trees on them, because it's technically placing them on the land under it. One of the tricky things about this. The mile was invented around 1500. Kilometer was invented in 1790. So probably a no-go on those. I mean, the mile could be used, I guess, but I don't really want to use the mile. Seems how this is, like, It's based on Germany, like roughly. I mean, well, yeah, not roughly, but it's based on Germany. So I use like the metric system in my book, which kind of fucks me up because I don't use the metric system, even though it is better. I don't use the metric system. So I'm slowly getting used to it. But like anytime they talk about their height or anything, anytime their height's mentioned, or like I said, Grail has like a moment where she's like talking about how much she lifts, and I used like, you know, what's it called? Oh god, I'm forgetting the name. Not pounds. What's the other one? Why am I forgetting that? Kilograms? Wait, is that what it is? Or am I just sounding like an idiot right now? What do they say? Yeah, I think it's kilograms, right? Like 1 kilogram is like 1.5 pounds, right? Kilos. Yeah, because I wrote her a couple lines where she's talking about that. Also, this was one of the hardest things to build too. I don't know if it looks that crazy, but I'm pretty goddamn proud of this. I'm not gonna lie. This shit was really hard to build because all these little ridges are different pieces, and well, I don't know. I say it was hard to build. I don't know what I'm doing, so it's probably not that hard to build. But this was the hardest thing to build. It might not look like it, but this was definitely the hardest thing to build on the whole map. Was Fangstra. So it's pretty cool that I built it. I'm pretty proud of that. Is this one done? I don't. Did I change the color on this? Doesn't look dark. Yeah, it is changed. Okay. And then should I change the outline though? Maybe I should change the outlines of them. Like change it to like a color like this, but then do like a thinner line maybe. No, wait, I don't know. Does that look better? Not really. Not really. I feel like I like the color it was on. See. 2 is kind of big though. But I mean, I think it kind of needs 2. Because 1 is too small. Do that color maybe. I feel like I shouldn't be practicing this on a word that is small. Because it'll be easier to do if I do like this one. Let's see. Let's look at this. I could do that, but I don't know. I don't know if that makes it look better though. That could help a bit maybe. Yeah, I like that, but then it just kind of looks, it blends in very, very much. That doesn't look terrible. It's a castle on an island. It's not on an island. It's a castle on like a mountain, which is kind of impossible to build on this map. That's about as good as you can get it. I'm pretty proud of that. That looks good right there, probably. Probably something like that. Let's just make that a color real quick. See what that looks like. What that looks like. Yeah, I think that makes it stand out a lot better. That looks good right there. I think we found it. I think we found the color. That's making it stand out a lot more. The outline. Yeah, that's looking a lot better, in my opinion. We already did that one. Did I do this one? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, it's castle on a mountain, so that was the best way I could do it, was like put these little things in here to show that there's like elevation. So basically what I tried to do, because in the book, like I imagine things that I don't necessarily write. So the only thing I don't really maybe like about this, if we're getting really nitpicky about it, I'm trying to think. Not a road here. Closest road to this house would be here, I guess. There's probably a path. I don't know if they go through the valley, though. In my mind, so the map is a bit different than what happened in my mind when I wrote the story. Because basically, like, the story starts in Vela. Like, this is where the two characters are from. One of them is from, like, the richer part of Vela, and one of them's from the nicer part of Vela. Oh, I forgot. I thought I did this wrong, and I was like nervous a second ago because I was like, damn, did I do this wrong? The northern part of Vela is like nicer. You can kind of even see in the buildings. It's like there's, bigger buildings up here. Looks a little nicer. Some towers around the middle ish. Like the south is worse. The south is not so great. So let's see. I think the main gate should be, well, I guess it's right here. That's where I made it. I might need to move that up some. Should probably be up here. That's where the main gate should be. Behind this tower. Because this should be Renmore. That's where you don't want to go. That's where Grail's at. And then this would be Wayside. And then there's like one other section. There's 3 districts basically in the ship portion. This is like the, invisible line, so to speak, of like the northern part is pretty nice. Then like Renmore's over here in this corner. Yeah, Wayside's on this corner. And then like the bottom part is like the slums, like the worst part. That's, I think, gonna be called Londo? Lower Londo? Something like that. I don't really know. That one's still up for debate on the name. Marvin and I played Smite for a solid hour or so. Not a bad little sesh with him. Yeah, I saw you guys talking in the Discord. I assumed you were playing Smite. Let's see if I can move these paths up so I can actually start doing something. The paths are the other thing I was trying to figure out, because honestly, they're really difficult to make paths. Like, I'm just going to delete these. I already don't like them, to be honest with you. And then symbols. Just going to erase some shit. I love these names. Yeah, I tried to make them very German names, sort of thing. German-inspired names for most of it. Most of them matter, too, quite a bit. Damn, it's gonna get rid of that shit. Can I just erase trees? Here we go. Let me get really meticulous with this shit real quick. Get rid of these trees. I'm thinking it makes more sense that the gate would be up here, because the gate's a little more north than it is middle, because this is Renmore. I don't think you'd walk into Renmore. Renmore's like a place you gotta want to go, and you don't want to go there. Doesn't make as much sense for it to be where the gate's at, now that I'm thinking about this. The reason some of this is going to be inaccurate is because, like I said, the last time I worked on this was a year ago, and I want to say a year ago, Renmore didn't even exist. I don't think Renmore, Wayside... I mean, I knew like the south part was shittier. That's all I knew, but I didn't actually like have the whole like Renmore district, Waterside district, and Londo shit planned out. We got like main path coming out here, sort of thing, like that, maybe, and then like a side branch of this path. It's really hard to make these paths line up, I'm not gonna lie. But then you'd have this one going down here. I think this is what I struggled with the most when I was doing this map, was I was like, making the paths is really difficult, actually. I could never get them to like look right, I feel like. And this should be straight, you know what I mean? This is where it gets like really hard to do specific detail. Oh, and it gets rid of the whole line. Do you see what I'm saying? I mean, I understand why it gets rid of the whole line right there, because I didn't actually end it. That's my other problem, is like, I don't know what I'm doing. Wait, hang on. I just fucked up. Okay, I fucked up. That's okay. We're gonna try this again. Okay, get rid of that line. That's done there. Okay, that looks good this time. You gotta like end the lines, that's the thing. But then it looks like that the next time you start it. That's what's weird about it. What a pain, yeah. When you release the book, will this come in a PDF as well, so we can see all the detail of the map? I am not sure how I'm gonna do that, but it would be nice if it would be nice. It would be nice if I could do something like that. That would be ideal. That would be ideal. Yeah, I don't know if I like that little line there. That's gonna bother me. I'm not gonna lie. And I could do something like this, you know, make the path just a bit bigger, sort of deal. But then it looks a bit weird. I'm not gonna lie. That line's bothering me. But see, to redo it. Oh, actually, I only have to redo that part. Never mind. That's not that bad. But see how it, like, okay, I'm getting really picky about this, but there's like a little pixel above this fucking road. It's not that deep. I'll never notice it again if I just fucking go on with my life. But that's just like, I'm kind of like making, you know, this is like my baby here, you know? Okay, so what we want to do is we want to end this line like right. I just want to end it there actually. Like that. Then we want to come to here, do this. Roughness, width? No, we want to do roughness, I think. 0. What was it on? 2.1? Or 0.21, I think? We're gonna go to 0 for this. And now it doesn't swerve, right? So you can kind of just pull it straight through this. So now it's like super like wherever you go, it's going there. Then we'd want to go back to 0.21. So it looks a bit more natural. Wait, no, I lied. It's not straight. Okay, there's a way to make it straight. Alright, I don't know how to do it though. Fuck. Hang on. Do that. Undo. I understand what I did wrong the first time. Style. I don't think it's the style. Draw over symbols. Oh, here it is. Wait, nope. There's a way to make it random. I thought it would be roughness. Wouldn't it be roughness? Yeah, it's roughness. The fuck? If I put it on 0, it should just go straight. It does now. Okay. Okay, I feel like I did it right the first time and it just fucked me up. I actually know why it was my fault anyways. Now this is gonna bother me, you see that? Anyways, what are you trying to do? I'm making a map. Making a map for my book. But I think I'm gonna have to redo this. I don't like that little line there that kind of got fucked up, not gonna lie. So we're gonna redo this line. It's pretty tedious. This is why I stopped working on it, is because it's pretty tedious. But I mean, at the same time, the payoff is amazing, right? Like the payoff is fantastic, because like it's not even done yet, but it looks amazing. I mean, because we're also zoomed in super far, you know? It looks really good when it's zoomed out, like... And it gets these little pieces. I mean, let's go down one on width. I think I fucked it up again. I kind of fucked it up again. And I don't think you can, like, just get off of this, you know what I mean? I can kind of place it back on itself. That's the best I could have done right there. Okay, then you go to 0. But it's still got that little notch in it. That's what I'm not liking right there. We'll never see it. Yeah, that pixel. I mean, yeah, it doesn't really matter, but it matters to me. Like, these things, that matters to me. I don't like that. It looks bad. It just looks bad. But then, like I said, like, you gotta get rid of the whole thing. Won't even let me click on it. There we go. You gotta get rid of the whole thing. That's the problem. So it's, like, super tedious to do these, like, these lines. Very, very tedious to do these. Maybe the roughness should be down a bit. Maybe like this. Maybe that would help out. Maybe it's like too rough of lines. I don't know. The paths are the hardest thing to do. Like, the paths are definitely the hardest thing to do. The rest is not that hard, but the paths are really annoying. And I kind of need to map them out. That's the problem. Is like I kind of need to map them out. I think I should start just ending them a little bit earlier. That way we were like actually making progress. Maybe that's my issue. But the problem is like ending them is what makes it hard. Because like right now it's like it's auto connecting them, you know, well. But the second I end it, it makes it harder for me to connect it again perfectly. Let's try this again. It's gonna make like a little bit of there we go. But that looks weird. Looks weird to me. I mean, to be fair, we're zoomed in really far. That's what I think I need to just get over the fact that it looks weird because it won't look weird. We're gonna be zoomed out and it's not gonna matter. I'm just trying to make it like pixel perfect. That's the thing. Like that looks pretty good. That looks pretty good. Especially once we zoom out to the actual size. I mean, you're not gonna notice it. But also, even when we do zoom out to the size, it's like, are the paths? Do they even look good? Like, should there even be paths? I mean, there should be paths, right? But why do they look weird? Is it the color? Do I need to make them darker? Yeah, this map is massive, bro. Hang on. It's not even all of it. This is the whole thing. It's a lot of work to be done, bro. The mountains look sick. I appreciate that. Yeah, I put a lot of detail into those. Do you already have the rest of the book done? Nah, it's not all done, but like most of it's written out. Mostly like bits and pieces I gotta like shape together, sort of thing. But I've written most of the scenes out. What's up, Luke? Maybe if you zoom in more, that'll help. Maybe. What's up, Marvin? Heard you were practicing Smite. You gonna need more than one page for all that? What do you mean? Oh, more. Yeah, actually, there's gonna be two other places. This is just the main place. This is where the characters are from. Is like Germania. This is Germania. This whole place, like including these two islands. This is not Germania. So I probably should just take this out. Because this is another, I don't know if I should call these countries or continents. I mean, I guess this is a country. This is a country, it's an island country. It's based on Germany. But it's like, it's fantasy, but it's based on Germany. So it's like, it's Germania, it's an island country. These islands kind of go with it. Zion is a different place. That's like a... Zion is just a completely different place. Different country. And then there's also going to be a country down here on the bottom right. But it doesn't have a name yet. It doesn't have a name yet. But Zion's going to be pretty big too. Zion's probably bigger than this place, honestly. It might be. But I also think it'll have less detail, but I don't know. I think Layla said she's going to sleep. Good night. Good night. Did she say that? Did I see that wrong? No, yeah, she said good night. The map looks very similar to Aragon. I don't know what that is. I have no clue what that is. I made everything in this, so it might look similar to something, but... And the only thing I took inspiration off of is... What did I take inspiration off of? The top part of this is a little bit inspired by Russia. A little bit. This here, river right here is inspired by the Rhine... Is it the Rhine River? I know the Rhine River is like a big part in Germany, but I'm trying to remember if this is the Rhine River. But if you guys pull Germany up on a map, there's a river that looks a lot like this. in the top part. Or not, maybe it's not Germany. Hang on, I'm gonna look up the maps real quick. It was a year ago when I worked on this shit. But this, I think it's the Rhine River. Let me look at the Rhine River again. Let me go look at what the Rhine River looks like on the map. Is it the Rhine River or is it not? No, it's not the Rhine River. Which river is this? I know I based this off of a river up there. Maybe it's in the Netherlands. That's what I was thinking, is it might be a Netherlands river. But basically, I mean, I based that a little bit off of it. This map is horrible for rivers. Holy shit. Just show me the Rhine River, bro. Images. There we go. It's got a bit of Rhine River to it. Yeah, because it starts in the Netherlands. I think that's what I based it off of. I can't fucking remember. I think it adds depth to the story with such a large map. It also helps with the imagery. Yeah, me too. No way you've never read Aragon? I've never read it. What is the book called and how long will it be? The book's called Zweisamkeit. This word right here. Zweisamkeit. How long will it be? That's a good question. Right now it's looking like it's gonna be too long. It's looking like it's gonna be too long. Over 1,000 pages, maybe by a bit. I mean, I could split it into 2 parts, but I don't think there's a good middle part to split it in. So yeah, it's looking like 1,000 pages or more. I don't know. You're gonna take forever to finish it. Should take breaks. I do take breaks, and breaks don't help a lot. Will the book be in Germany or just the names? Because most motherfuckers never gonna be able to pronounce it. Yeah, a lot of people aren't gonna be able to pronounce it, but that just is what it is. I mean, I'm making the book for me, and other people will just like it or dislike it. I think people will like it. The names will be also I'll be doing an audiobook. Like, I'm gonna record myself reading it, so obviously you'll know the names based on that. But also the good thing about the book, because I've thought about that, right? Because my biggest audience is gonna be in like the US probably, or well maybe in Europe as well. But like my biggest audience is gonna be English speakers. So I've thought about this. The name is the only tough part. The name is the only tough part, like Zweisamkeit. Like, and the problem isn't the name. The problem is the fact that, like, okay, if you're an English speaker, why would you pick up a book that doesn't look like it's in English? That's the only issue, and I have no answer for that issue. I'm just gonna have to bite the bullet and just take that. Like, that's just an L I have to take, unfortunately, because the name is too good to switch. The name means a lot to me and all that good shit. So that can't be changed. However, the good thing is, in this story, even though it's based on Germany, most of these characters that live in here speak English. They do not, like, a lot of them, it's only the older people that speak German. There's, like, a few characters that can't speak English, but, like, I don't refer to it as English in the book. It's not referred to as English. But anyways, that's besides the point. For like, the sake of me describing this to you, there is, like, the common language, basically, which is English for us, but there's like the common language, which all of these countries are starting to learn so they can all communicate with each other, but the older people do still speak German only. But like all the younger characters, they all speak English, essentially. How many pages do you have so far? I have no idea. I have no idea how to tell that exactly, because they're all split up and everything, but if I had to guess, like, depends. I mean, if you're not counting the short stories I've been working on recently, because the short stories, I have like 70 pages of short stories right now. To just the book, probably like, I don't know, 400 maybe? I don't really know. That's a weird guess, but I don't really know. I mean, I can write really quickly. I just take my time because this is like my love. I don't write this for fun. Like everything that matters to me in life is in here. Leave us on a huge cliffhanger to want us to read the next part. Yeah, I mean, the problem is if I split it up into two parts, there really isn't a middle part that's like good to split it on. I'm trying to think. I mean, there is, I guess. If I really have to, there is one moment that happens. It's more like 60% through the story, but obviously I can fuck with that. Um, and that'd be insane. But I feel like it'd be kind of bitter. Not really sure. How long have you been making the book for? That's also hard to answer. I don't really know. So the characters in the book, like the main characters, Nelly and Grail, I've been writing them for 7 years, maybe 8 years now, almost 8 years. Yeah, I made them when I was 16, so almost 8 years ago. I mean, I don't know the exact month, but almost 8 years ago, I made the characters, and the book itself. I don't know. I mean, I've been writing those characters in scenes, which are somewhat in the book, but the actual book with like the actual plot, probably like 2 years on and off, 3 years on and off. Want to buy your book when it comes out? I appreciate that. Appreciate that, guys. Put some words about the book under the name, like a banner. Yeah. I mean, technically I could do that, but I don't know if I want to do that. But that is one of the better things I could do is put some English words under the name Zweisamkeit. That way, I mean, I could do that because like I am gonna do a book. This is a book series. Like this is gonna be a series. I already like the ending to this first book is like there's a next part. I guess I'll put it that way. There's a next part. So I can definitely do like Zweisamkeit, and then something under it, like a subtitle. The problem is I have no clue what to put. How do you make a living? I barely make a living. I do deliveries, bro. I'm trying to do YouTube full time. That's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to make money. Well, full time is the dream. Like YouTube full time, that would enable me to do my writing. Like YouTube is good because you don't have to be stuck doing one thing, right? Like if I can do the YouTube thing, like I don't have to just game. I don't have to just write. I can be a writer and a gamer and a commentator and I can do whatever I want if I do YouTube. Like YouTube is just the play for me, right? Because YouTube enables me to do anything I want and just be me, while also like making money from that. Because honestly, a lot of people that are interested in my Apex shit are interested in my writing, which is really cool. Obviously, not everyone, but like a good bit of them. So I can kind of build two audiences. So that's the plan. Like YouTube is the plan. It also allows me to just be like remote, be wherever I want. And I can still do shit. That's pretty cool. But as of right now, I just work like a delivery job, and I don't make fucking anything. I barely made anything tonight because it's based on tips, and people don't tip worth shit. So right now, life is just tough in terms of like making money. I mean, I barely have enough to pay my fucking bills, which is why that's why I'm grinding my stream every fucking day, regardless of whether I feel like it or not, is because like I have to just make this shit a reality. I mean, it's not that bad. I don't know how to explain it to you. It's somewhere in the middle. I have to make it a reality, which is what I'm doing, but it also takes a fuck ton of time. Like the 4K watch hours is so bullshit, bro. I could bitch about this right now because I have 4K watch hours right now, guys. I have over 4K watch hours. I have 4.2K right now. And I'm still not monetized. I still need 2K more because their wording is dog shit. Their wording, I'm not even gonna bitch about it. I've already bitched about it before. Their wording is dog shit. That's all you need to know. And I still need 2K even though I've got 4K. So it's stupid. It's pretty dumb. All right, what was I doing on here? I don't remember. Oh, I was doing the pass. I mean, the pass look okay. They look okay. I mean, I could also fuck with them like paths. Let me see. I could change the color of them. Hang on. What about this color? I mean, that would make it super dark. I don't think they should be real dark. I think if anything, they should be pretty light, to be honest. I think the paths being lighter like that, maybe? Like, maybe not that light. I don't know, would they look better darker? I can't really tell. It's hard to tell, like, when you don't have everything else done, I feel like, you know what I mean? Like, until I have other shit done. Like, that's the problem with the paths. That's the other thing that I struggle with on the paths is, like, it's really hard to just tell what would look good, because I need all the paths done to make it look, I don't know. You should read Aragon. The maps are incredible and the story is also incredibly good. I'm sure it is, but, like, I feel like I don't have enough time to devote my time to something that doesn't matter to me. I don't know if that, like, that might sound rude, but I don't mean it in a rude way. I just mean, like if I read anything, I don't really have time to read. If I read anything, it's my own writing. I don't read other shit, to be honest. Like, I don't read anything. I don't read anything at all. And actually, the last time I tried to read something, I actually ended up putting it down because I found myself critiquing other people's writing, which I really don't like doing. But, like, naturally speaking, like, I'm a writer. So, like, when I read other people's writing, well, I don't know. If I read my friend's writing, I probably wouldn't critique it as hard. But, like, when I read professional writers, I'm like, the first thing I think in a lot of scenes is, like, I could have wrote that better. And, like, obviously that doesn't make it, like, I don't want to think that. It's just that's how my mind works, is, like, I start seeing it a bit more as, like, what I do and not just reading anymore. Why would they do that to you with the watch hours? It's not just me, it's just their wording is really trash, that's all. Like, they say you need 4K watch hours in the last year. Or, no, not in the last year. They say that you need 4K watch hours in the last 365 days. Which, if that was the case, I would have it right now. But that's not the case. You need 4K watch hours within 1 year, which just happens to be 365 days. So the difference is, like, their wording says last 365 days. So theoretically, if you were in the middle of the year, it would go back a year. It would go back 365 days because it's the last 365 days. But in reality, what it is it's the last year, like current year. So if you're in January, it's just that month. It gets rid of all your past year. So that's what happened to me. Is, like, it got rid of all my shit before January. So even though I have 4K watch hours total now, or more than that, it doesn't actually matter. It just matters that I get 4K, like, in 1 year, which I'm obviously going to do. I'm already at, like, 2K. I'm at, like, exactly, like, 1900 or 2K right now. So, I mean, obviously I'm going to get it. It's just kind of shitty. I should already have it. And, like, would I be making a lot of money? Fuck no. But, like, I might be making a couple dollars a day, you know what I mean? Which, hey, that shit adds up, bro. Like, I know it sounds dumb, but, I mean, imagine I can make, I don't know, fuck. Imagine I can make $4 a day, bro. That shit actually adds up. Like, in a month? If I could make $4 a day from YouTube, dude, I'd be happy. Like, throwing out shorts, throwing out videos, and being on live streams. I don't know. I think that's somewhat doable. $4 a day, I think that's somewhat doable. And then the occasional person that might donate to me, you know? I know some people have said they would, which obviously nobody has to, but basically all I'm saying is, yeah, if I can make anything from YouTube, even if it's a fucking dollar a day, that shit just adds up, bro. I mean, I'll take $30 a month from this shit. I mean, right now I'm doing it for free, so it'd be nice to make anything. That's how I look at it. Anything is better than nothing, so definitely don't mind that. What else can I explain to you guys about this map? Because I'm apparently not getting much work done anyways. I'm just fucking talking anyways. Nah, dude, I love it's really cool though. I would love to include this map with the drawing, because all these places are places they go. These are all places they go pretty much. This place they don't go at all yet, but I might end up adding something. But yeah, they start in Vela. Like, the Schwarze Sea is a place that's, like, pretty big in the book. The Tallensental Valley is pretty big. Well, it's not pretty big, I guess. It's just referenced a lot. The Tallensental Valley's referenced a bunch. Fangstra, they go to Fangstra. They go to this place. I don't know what to call this place. It technically shouldn't have a name. I just called it Die Klingentanzer's Rest, because that's a character reference to the book. I don't know if they go to these mines. That's kind of an old throwback to, like, my original story. They go to Yale. This is, like, one of the biggest. This is, like, the biggest city in the whole thing, but obviously I haven't built it yet. This is something I was working on building, but it kind of looks like shit. Well, it doesn't look like shit. It just doesn't look that good. I think I need to go in here with some more detail work right here, and it'll look good. Actually, you know what? Fuck it. Let me see if I can do that right now. Because it doesn't look like shit. It just looks weird. See if we can go in here with like something like this, maybe. Oh, those are too big. Which tree was I using? These ones. I feel like, I mean, there should be more trees around, you know? That looks bad. Add a couple more trees around this because it just looks like strange right now. This looks cool as fuck. I appreciate that. I spent a lot of time doing this shit. I haven't worked on it in a year, but I spent a lot of time working on this shit. I don't know how you do it, man. I don't know how you balance everything in your life. Shit seems impossible to me. Shit, I haven't been balancing it, man. I haven't been balancing it that well, I feel like. I mean, I got people... I don't know if I should talk about this on stream. I mean, I guess there's no reason I shouldn't talk about it, I guess, but... I got people that are mad at me, bro. Because I don't... Oh, that sounds shitty if I say it like that. I got people that are mad at me because... Well, not... Is mad at me the right decision? Or the right wording? I don't think so. Like, I'm not giving anybody my time. I don't have any time to give anybody anymore, I guess. Maybe that's a good way of putting it. I don't give anybody my time. I've literally been streaming, like, full-time. Like, it feels like I'm working, like, 2 full-time jobs right now. Even though I'm obviously not. It feels like I am. Because streaming, I've been streaming, like... I don't know. I mean, fuck. I need to move my keyboard. I keep tapping my keyboard. That's why they go up there. I've been... Yeah, basically streaming full-time, man. I mean, I've been streaming, like... Well, on my off days, I've been streaming, like, 10 hours a day minimum. Some days were, like, 12. I think there was one day I did, like, 15 hours, like, 2 streams. So, I don't know. There's just a lot of shit like that. And, yeah. That's why I was mad. Part of why I was mad yesterday, because I kept getting messages. I kept getting messages about shit. And they're fair messages. They're fair. They're fair. Like, it made sense. Like, what they were... Like, somebody was kind of... Well, I don't even call them... Like, I don't want to say they're complaining. I'm pretty particular with my words. I don't even want to call it complaining, because, like, their complaints were valid. Like, they're valid complaints, so it's just... It is what it is. But they're kind of, like, telling me... I don't know if it feels weird me talking about this on stream. I mean, not that it's, like, that personal. It's just... I feel like a shit person because I'm not giving people my time. But I also don't have time. Like, I don't have time to give people, bro. And I feel like I've tried to explain that to people where it's like, I have to put all my time into this. I literally have to put all my time into doing this shit. Because if I don't, then it's not gonna work. I mean, it barely works and I put all my time into it. It barely works and I put all my time into it, bro. Like, imagine if I don't put all my time into it, man. And actually, I was doing that for a long time. I was doing that for so long, I wasn't putting all my time into this, and then I started putting a bunch of time into it, and it started picking up. I mean, honestly, it was TikTok, though. TikTok actually just is kind of what helped me, but... Yo, what's up, JD? They shouldn't be upset. They should be happy for you because it's something you want to accomplish. So they are. They are. I'm not worried about them. They're really nice. They're really nice. They are. They are happy for me. I just think that it's a long story. It's because me and them have had talks where before I did this shit. Well, I mean, life was pretty shit. Like, life's been pretty shit for me for a long time, for pretty much forever, really. But one of the things that was pissing me off the most in life was that no matter what, I made time for people. Like, I always made time for the people I loved, but nobody ever made time for me. So, for instance, if I loved somebody, I mean, I would have dropped anything for them. Like, all they had to do was just ask me. if I didn't sleep one night and I had work the next night, it is what it is. Like I'll just not sleep one night if I need to talk to you. And it could be something simple too, but like if I love you, I'm going out of my way to like talk to you, right? Shit like that. But then the people that I loved, that I did that for, where I gave them all my time, I gave them everything that I could, they wouldn't even like they'd forget about shit. They'd forget about me basically. Like they wouldn't, it's like they say they love me too, but then they'd forget about me, or they wouldn't ever, like they're too busy. They would always say that. Well, I'm busy. I don't have time. I'm busy. Like maybe tomorrow, or maybe we could set a date cuz I'm busy. Like they'd say that shit. And I hate the term I'm busy. I always bitched about this. I always bitched about the term I'm busy, cuz all I'm busy means, like all that term means is it means I got more shit to do than talk to you. Like I've got more important shit to do. I mean, that's what it means. It means I have more important shit to do than to do what you're asking me to do. That's what I'm busy means. And anybody that says otherwise is wrong, in my opinion. That's what I'm busy means. It means I have shit that's more important to do than what you're asking me to do. Which isn't meant to be like, it's not necessarily like that's a rude thing either. For instance, if you asked me to go out one day for fun, I would say I'm busy with work, because work is more important. I gotta get my money. Like, work's more important, right? So it's not that it's like wrong of you to say that, but also we can narrow it down to this. What if two of your friends ask you to do something, or like, let's say your friend and someone you love ask you to do something, you're gonna tell your friend you're busy. Because the thing that's more important is the person you love, right? Or something like that, right? Shit examples, but you guys get what I'm saying. And I just got treated like that all the time. I got treated like people would tell me that I mattered a lot, and people would tell me they loved me, and people would tell me they cared and all this shit. But then they were too busy. They were always too busy. And I was just like, huh. Interesting, man. It's interesting to me because I wasn't ever too busy for them. But now the irony is I bitched about that, and now I'm too busy for people that care about me. Because I don't have time. I gotta fucking do all this shit. And I love doing this shit. I'm not bitching about it. But it's stressful because then now these people are like, well, now you're making me feel the way you always complained about feeling. And I'm like, and the only difference is that I know I'm doing it. That's the only difference. Is like the people that did it to me thought they were being nice to me. Like the people that did it to me were like, man, you just don't believe me when I tell you I love you. And I'm like, but you don't show it. Your actions don't show that you love me. You can say you love me all you want, but your actions don't show it. So obviously I'm in the right to say that you don't. I mean, like, I don't, if you say something but you don't back it up, your actions are what's important, not your fucking words. So the only difference is like now I'm making people feel that way, but I'll actually call myself like an asshole for it, you know? Like I'll just be like, yeah, I'm sorry. Like I'm a bit of an asshole for like not trying to put time away for you, but I just can't. I just can't. Because if I do that, then I won't make this. Like, I won't be making money from YouTube. I can't do this as my career. And I can't make my dreams come true. And honestly, the writing thing, dude, I'm nervous as fuck about the writing thing. Because I want everybody to be able to see my writing. I put a lot of everything into it. Like, I literally put everything into it. And, like, without putting out my writing, my life feels worthless. Like, that's how I would word it. And I don't want anybody to say, like, I don't want anybody in, the, like, right now to tell me otherwise. Because I don't mean that as, like, a bad thing. I'm not, like, talking down about myself. But genuinely, that's how much my writing means to me. So, like, if I don't put out my writing and people don't see it, then my life wasn't worth it. That's how I feel. My writing is my everything. So, if this is a path for my writing to get out and, like, get seen, then this is the path I need to be on in life. That's how I look at it right now. And honestly, it's looking like that. Because, I mean, look at you guys. I got a couple people in here fucking listening to me bitch and talk about my writing. So, that's a few more people than I ever had. So, it seems like that's the right play, is, like, to do this. This seems like the right play. So that's kind of where I'm at with this shit. And yeah, yesterday was just pissing me off. That's why if you guys fucking watch my stream, that's why me and Virus were just, well, I can't speak for him, but that's why I was being toxic in Apex. Because I was just like, I'm fucking angry, man. I'm angry about everything. And that's why a lot of my clips, like a lot of people like my Apex clips because of my hype. But the hype also, like, it's not just about the game. It's like my anger, man. It's like me getting out my anger. The hype is like me getting out my anger. A little bit. That's kind of what it is. That looks like shit. This is starting to come along a little bit better than it was before because I'm actually putting a little bit of effort in this shit. I didn't do that before. Okay, let me read this shit. Let me read some chat here. Marvin's got to sleep. You're probably already gone, but good night. Good night, brother. What's the book called? It's called Zweisamkeit. It's, this word right here. Boom. Zweisamkeit. I think the most important thing in life is the people you love and care about, but sometimes you have to focus on your goals. Yeah. Well, I mean, I think the other issue is that I don't love anybody in life anymore. I mean, like, all the people I love are gone. So, the only person that's left that I, like, love... Well, okay, wait. I'm talking about love... Okay. I still have my mother. I love my mother. But that's a different... That's not really the love I'm talking about. You guys know what I'm talking about. I don't have anybody I love anymore, so... I'm definitely hyper-focused on me. And I gotta say, it's feeling pretty goddamn good, man. For a couple different reasons. Some of them a bit selfish, but it's feeling pretty goddamn good. I'm not gonna lie. Did you read your entire book or just a little on a live? Definitely didn't read my entire book, bro. Like I said, it's like 1,000 pages and it's not done. I read like 2 intro pieces and I read 1 part of the short story. So in all, I probably read about 10 pages, I would, if I guessed. Probably something around 10 to 14 pages is what I read on a live for a couple people. And they seemed to like it. It was cool. They truly love you no matter what. They'll be willing to forgive you. Yeah, I mean, the good thing about me is that I don't ever do anything without reason. And I'm also not, like, too biased towards myself. Like, I don't know. It's just, like, I'll let you know how it is. If I'm shit because of something, I'll just say it. I mean, I said that to the person yesterday where I was just like, I mean, it might have come off wrong. It might have come off as me just being like, whatever, you're right. I don't think it did. But I mean, I just told them. I was just like, I mean, yeah, I'm shit for not taking the time. I'm shit for forgetting that we had plans. Because they were basically like we loosely had plans. We didn't set a time, but like we were meant to do something. And my stream, like, I just forgot. Like, I just forgot I was doing my stream, and I've been doing a billion things. Also, I had to mute my Discord, because I have a lot of people that are messaging me. So I muted my Discord. So I just didn't see their message, and then by the time I did, it was, like, the next day, and I told them, like, my bad, I forgot. And they kind of just gave me the, like, it's all good, I won't bother you shit. And it's like, well... It's not like you're bothering me. I'd let you know if you're bothering me, but the issue is, like, I am really busy. So it's on me that I forgot. Like, it's on me. Like, I took responsibility for that. It's on me. I forgot. My bad. But it's like, they're definitely of the opinion of, like, well, you just... Like, I'm not important enough for your time. And I want to tell them that that's not true. Because I wouldn't phrase it that way. Like, I don't like that phrasing. Like, I don't like that phrasing because it seems pretty rude, you know? I wouldn't phrase it that way. But, that being said, what did I always talk about? I always talked about how if you're too busy for something, it's not that you're too busy, it's that you got shit that's more important. It's like, it's kind of, in a way it's true, like, I guess. Like, that's the problem. In a way it's true. So, I don't know. I mean, I don't feel bad. I mean, I don't know if I should, I guess. I don't feel bad, because I know that, like, what I'm doing is important. I don't feel bad. But I do feel, I don't know, a bit shitty? No, that's weird. It's weird to phrase it like that, because that sounds like I feel bad. I don't know. Or maybe I just don't know what the fuck I'm talking about anymore. That would also make sense. I don't know if I like these. I don't know if I like these. I can't tell. I feel like I liked that one, though. I feel like I like this one, maybe. Do I like that one? I don't know if I like that one. Need something else to go in here. What is this? Yeah, not those. Have you told these people about these feelings? I tell everybody pretty much every feeling. That's why I'm saying them on stream. I feel if they tell you this, then they'll understand. I think they do understand. I don't think they don't understand. I think that they're just lonely. I think that would be a good way of putting it. Which I mean, I am too, to be honest. But I think I'm a bit more like. Well, no, I don't want to say that. I don't want to like put anybody down. I'm not really trying to put them down. Well, not that that'd be putting them down. That'd just be like an honest observation. But like, I would say like I'm just less susceptible to the bad shit that comes with it. I'm just as lonely as they are, if not more, maybe. Probably. Well, I shouldn't say more. They've been like they have felt the same thing I've felt for a long time. I do know that. And I think that they feel like because we both feel that way, then we kind of solve each other's issue of like having felt that, but I don't think that that's true. I guess. Maybe that's a way of putting it. You feel like an asshole all the time no matter what you do? I definitely don't feel that way. I mean, I kind of feel that way sometimes, but I also don't because it's like I'm just a very real person. Like I don't know. I mean, my favorite like singer, like my favorite band for like so long was Slipknot because that was like the first thing that I ever felt like that was the first time I ever like in life felt like, oh, these guys understand how I feel. They're angry too. Like I felt that. And I remember Corey Taylor said like in a song one time where he's like saying, if I offended you, you needed it. Some shit like that. And I actually like that's how my mind thinks. Like I'm a pretty fair person, to be honest. Like I'm very harsh, but I'm very fair. In my opinion. I'm very fair. And I think most people agree with that. Like I'm a very literal person. I'm very like fair person, but also like quite harsh. Like I give people their props. I give people a chance. Like anytime like I could be arguing with you, but if you make a good point, like I won't just like turn it down because I'm arguing with you. I will be like, no, it's a good point. That's fair. Like so I'm a pretty fair person in that regard. So I definitely believe like I agree with what he said. It's like that's how I feel. It's like if I offended you, then you probably just deserve that shit. Because I don't really say shit on accident too much. I'm quite particular with my words. Although there are some people that just think like there are some people that like get offended by my jokes. Like you know how like I always call all Horizon shit in Apex? Like there's genuinely so many people that like take that shit to fucking heart. And I'm like, dude, it's not that deep. Like I don't think you guys are all garbage, but like it's just like it's fun. There's that too. It's like there's jokingly like me jokingly saying that shit. And like still people take that shit to heart somehow, which is crazy to me. They can't tell it's a joke. I would 100% become a fan of the series. That would be amazing, man. Your mother's more than enough. I feel like my own mother doesn't love me. I feel that way too, but not in the sense that you're probably saying it. Your situation with your mother seems worse than mine. Well, not seems, it must be. Mine isn't bad, but yeah, I have a weird feeling with, like, my mother is amazing. I have an amazing mother. But I also don't feel like she, like, loves me. I feel like she loves her son. I don't know if she loves me. Does that make sense? Like, she loves her son, and I'm her son. But she doesn't really, like, love me. Like, Belial. That's me. I'm Belial. She doesn't really love Belial. She loves her son. But her son doesn't really exist. Like, it's me. I don't know if that makes sense. That's something I think about a lot. Damn, I could tell you guys some crazy stories of some shit, too. I want to get rid of some of these trees, but it's going to start looking real weird if I do. I'm not going to lie. Like, there's too many trees, bro. I fucked up. Is that friend mentally okay? I don't know if anybody's really mentally alright, dude. I don't know. I mean, I'm not that mentally okay. I doubt they are either. I mean, we're not terrible. Generally, I don't want to bother you could be signs of mental illness. Yeah, I mean, or just low confidence, and also just in the past, like people in the past just people fuck you over, so then now you like just don't have confidence talking to other people kind of shit. I don't know. That's how I think of it. I don't try to think of anything in terms of like illnesses, to be honest. Like I try to rationalize everything just because this is a touchy subject, I suppose here, but like I'm of the opinion of like nothing mentally can affect me because mentally, like I have control. I have complete control over like my mental state. Like for instance, like anger is pretty hard. Like, well, not even. I don't want to call it anger. I want to call it like hate. It's more than anger. Like what I feel is more than anger. It's far beyond anger. But like the fact that I can control it so well and I don't just release it on anybody is pretty impressive. Like that's one of the more impressive things about me, I would say. Because like anybody that has anger like me, well, I don't want to say anybody. I'm sure there are other people like me out there, but I will definitely fucking die on the hill of saying there is not many people out there like me. There's not a lot of people that feel the amount of anger I feel, but don't fucking release it on people like ever. So that's a very rare thing, and I think that goes a long way to show like where I'm at mentally to be able to do that shit. So I don't know. It's very hard for me to put myself into a mindset of like someone who can't, if that makes sense, because there is no such thing as I can't do something mentally. There's nothing that can mentally affect me. Only if I let it, which I don't. So I don't really know. Your mom is amazing now, but she used to be a complete shit parent, and it's hard to get past that. Yeah, I mean, I can't speak much on that because I don't know the details, and I mean that's up to you if you ever want to share them, anyways. But just based off of what you said there, like I don't know any other context, so probably don't listen to me, dude. To be honest, but just by like that statement right there, like I understand it's hard to get past that. But if she's good now, that she's good now. You know, people make mistakes, kind of shit. And that like it sucks, but people do get better. Like, people can get better. I mean, people can also get worse. The way I look at it is you need to look at the people that are, like, in front of you, not the people in the past. Because the people in the past don't exist anymore. So, like, to give you an example, right? Like, the person I loved, like, I loved them with, like, every bit of me. Like, I would have died for them. But that person doesn't exist anymore. Because that person started, like, the person I loved started disrespecting me. Maybe they didn't see it that way, but I saw it that way. So, like, the person I loved existed, but they don't exist anymore. So it's like the memories, like I cherish the memories, but the memories, like, I mean, they don't mean anything anymore because the person's gone, right? The person changed. So I don't know, like, people can change for good, people can change for bad. I try to stay away from the past shit. I don't really look at past tense. I look at current people. Like, are they shit now or are they good now? You feel the same way. It's like they love you because they have to, just because they are your mother or sibling, and because being a good person means they love you, but they don't love who you are. See, I don't know if I would phrase it like that. That's not exactly what I meant. Like, I mean, that's close. Like, it's close. That's not exactly how I meant it, though. The way I meant it was like, You know how people say, like, parents have unconditional love? You know that shit? How, like, a mother has unconditional love, which is, like, complete bullshit. Well, not bullshit in the sense that that's not true. I think that actually is true for a lot of mothers. Like, they have unconditional love. No matter what you do, they'll love you. I just think that concept is bullshit. If I had a son, or if I had a daughter, or if I ever had children, which I will not have because of what I'm about to say, I don't plan on having kids because of what I'm about to say, which is like, I don't want to have kids because I don't want to hate my own kids. That's genuinely where I stand on it. I don't want to have kids because I don't want to hate them. Like, I would feel like a shit parent if I hated my kids. But that being said, if I had a son and he turned out to be a bully or some shit and he was bullying people, making them feel like shit, then I would not like him. And yes, I would do everything I could to teach him the right ways, of course. But at the end of the day, I mean, you can only do so much. Like, I don't know. Well, you can do a lot. I mean, if you do good parenting, I mean, 90% of the time your kid's going to turn out good. But that's not the case, like, all the time. I mean, whoever they hang out with at high school, whatever goes on there, that's what makes a person a lot of times, is like high school and shit like that. And I wouldn't want to hate my own kid, man. That's why I don't want to have kids. I don't want that. But I'm also, like, real. I would not do the unconditional love shit. I wouldn't do that. It's like, I'll love you for a good person that deserves love. I'm not going to love just anybody. Like, for instance, like, that always blew my mind. Like, you know how like mothers like still love their like sons when their sons are like killers, shit like that. Like their son could kill like an innocent person or be like a shooter or some shit, and they'll be like, yeah, well, but he was such a good kid. He's a good kid, you know. It's like he's not. He's a piece of shit. Like end of statement. And just because you're his mother, you don't have to lie about it. But I understand why. Like I mean, that's just me being harsh. That's just me being harsh and ranting. But like I wouldn't do that. Like I wouldn't do that. I couldn't just have a kid and then have unconditional love. There's no such thing as unconditional love. That's not a thing. Not for me. That's not how that works. That's not how that works. You believe mental capacity is complete shit. It's just an excuse to not do something, and I can say that because I have that mental capacity, and I can tell it's just an excuse. I think there is a lot of excuses. I mean, I don't think it's all an excuse. I think a lot of people are also just like genuinely. I think people just. I think people limit themselves like a lot. I think that's like one of like people's biggest issues is that they like limit themselves. Like, you know how people are like, you know how many people I hear them say like, oh, I can't do that. I wish I could do that, but I can't. It's like, why can't you? And then here come the excuses. Like, I just hear a bunch of excuses. And like, that sounds rude, but it's kind of just true. It's like, but why can't you? Like, a lot of people are like, oh, I wish I could do what you do or something like that. It's like, why can't you? Just took a lot of practice and a lot of time, which you can do. I don't know, and excuses won't get you anywhere. Why do you guys think that when people join in here and they always ask, like, you know how many times, like, anybody that's been around my streams have heard me answer this question. Well, if you guys have been around a lot, you guys have probably heard me answer this question, where people join in here on Apex and they'll be like, yo, what are some tips to get to a higher rank? And what do I always say? I don't ever say shoot in the range. I don't ever say any of that shit. I always say, like, find people who want to win and don't make excuses. That's how you're going to get better. And quit making excuses yourself. Boom. That's the best advice I could give you. Quit making excuses for shit. And that's not me sitting here saying I don't make excuses, dude. When I play Apex, I make excuses too. I die and I say some dumb shit, bro. I say dumb shit too. We're all mad. But you know what the difference between me and most of these guys are? Is if I make an excuse mid-game because I'm pissed off, after the game, when we're talking about why we lost, I admit to my fucking faults. That's why I'm better than most of these guys. That's what made me good. That's what made Dark good. And we call each other out on shit. You know how many times, like, I mean, I've said this on stream too, but you know how many times, like, I'll be the best player on our team, and I feel like I fucking torched the entire lobby. My two teammates didn't do much. Like, let's say Dark has a bad game, you know, he doesn't do much. Our third doesn't do much. I torch the whole lobby, and I get mad when we lose, but then at the end, he'll be like, I mean, you definitely played the best out of all of us. You did everything right, like, for so long. Like, you were frying everybody. That being said, I feel like you lost us the game. You know how many times he's told me that? And that shit, obviously, I don't want to hear that. But, like, he's right. There's times where it's like, dude, I could drop a 4K and my two teammates could have 500 damage, but I still lose us the game at the end. You know how crazy that shit is? And obviously, I don't want to hear that. But that's why me and him are better than most. Well, I want to say you, but I'm not talking about you guys specifically. I'm talking about you as in people in general, right? It's like, that's why we're better than others. That's why we got so much better than others in the game. It's because we don't fuck around. Like, I don't know. We just say shit how it is, and we don't like make excuses, man. We're trying to be the best, like, and that's why we got to the point where we're, you know, somewhat the best. I don't know. It's like it's all a mindset thing. I don't know. I don't know what to do with all these fucking trees. I don't like the look of this shit. I don't like the look of this shit. I kind of like the look of this. This little square right here. This little spot here. Well, maybe this is in the way. Yeah, that frees it up a little bit. That looks nice. That looks pretty nice. What about that tree? Nah, I like that one being there. You just gotta finesse with it. I like those being there. I don't know about this. Maybe this shouldn't be there. Maybe this should be like there. Nah. Maybe that should just not be anywhere. That looks alright. That looks good right there. Let's see. You're right, because there's a lot of people that will use mental illness as an out for things they don't want to do, or use it to get sympathy. Yeah, the sympathy thing is something I'm struggling with. I'm not gonna lie, because I see it a lot. I'm not gonna lie, I see it in my chat sometimes, and it kind of bothers me. I see it in my chat a little bit, but I'm a bit like, I'm a slight bit of a hypocrite here, because I also do shit. Well, I don't do it for that reason, and I know I don't, so I'm not really okay. On the last stream, I hit my hand on my desk. And I did it specifically at an angle to where it would hurt a lot. Like, I hit the side of my desk. Like, I hit the angle of my desk. That's specifically what I did. I hit the angle of my desk, and it cut up my hand, like, really bad. Well, not really bad. It's not that bad, but it still hurts. Like, it still hurts right now. Like, I cut multiple of my knuckles doing that shit. And, like, I briefly mentioned it, which obviously I didn't mention it to get... I don't want any sympathy. I don't care. I did it, and I don't regret doing it. And I've done it plenty of times. I know people are going to tell me I shouldn't do it. I know people are going to feel sorry for me or all that shit, or some people are, at least. They're going to be like, are you all right? I'm perfectly fine. It's not that big of a deal. I've done it before, and I'll probably do it again. And by probably, I mean I most likely... Well, yeah, probably is a good word, I guess. Most likely. Most likely it's going to happen again. My anger is bad. This is, like, one way that I just, like, get it out, is, like, I hit my desk or whatever. And honestly, that shit helps. I know I probably shouldn't do it. It's not the best way of it helping, but I mean, it's actually better than a lot of alternatives that I've done before. So I mean, I'll take it. I don't know. I'll take it. It's not that big of a deal. But I've seen some people. Why is the delay so fat for the stream? It's not that fat. I'm just rambling a lot, so I'm kind of stuck on older chats. It's not a big delay. It should be about 5 seconds. I'm just talking a lot, and I just can't read the chat super quickly. Fuck, I don't remember what I was saying. I just see it in my chat sometimes. I don't even know if I want to fucking talk about this that much, because I don't want to call anybody out. It's nobody here. I'll just say it like that. It's nobody here. But I see it in my chat sometimes where people are like saying that they're angry too. And they're not. Well, I mean, I kind of sound like I'll call myself a prick. You guys don't have to call me a prick for saying that. I'm gonna call myself a prick for saying that already, because I don't know what they're going through. But there's a lot of people that say they're angry. Like, when I'm talking about being angry, there's people that, like, say they relate. I mean, I'm sure there are a couple people that relate, but, like, what I'm talking about is different. That's how I feel. And anybody can call me a prick for saying it like that. I mean, I don't know what you guys feel. You guys don't know what I feel, but all that goes on in my mind is it's different. What I feel is a lot different. I've never met anybody that's as angry as me. And that's just that. But, I mean, it's impossible to tell, right? Like, we all go through different stuff. We all show it in different ways. But I've never met somebody where they convinced me that they feel like I feel. I guess maybe that's a good way of putting it. True Darkness is here. Welcome, welcome. Pretty serious chat to join into, but we're just bullshitting. I don't mind. I actually like having serious chats anyways. Makes me think some. And get some of these thoughts out instead of like just keeping them all in all the time. You leave in 30 minutes? I don't know how long ago you put that, but you're probably leaving kind of soon-ish, maybe. Everything I say is just from my experience. I definitely don't fully understand you, since emotions and feelings are so incredibly complex and hard to understand. Yeah, facts. I don't know anything of what I'm talking about when it comes to you guys. I just know what I'm talking about when it comes to me. Like, everything I'm saying is true to me. Might not be true to you guys, but it's true to me. So, and that's all I can do is just be true to what like I've experienced and felt. All I do is make excuses, but it's more complicated than I just don't want to do it, for me at least. I used to make a lot of excuses. Like, I used to, like, this is a guess. I'm guessing how you mean that, kind of, because I don't know exactly what you mean, but, like, I feel like me and you were not that... I feel like me and you were not in such a different situation, like, 2 months ago. Or whenever. But for some reason, like, the TikTok stuff that I've been posting, and, like, the support I've been getting, and, like, you guys chilling in my stream, like, it's made my life, like, exponentially better. It's still not amazing. Like, my life is not, like, great. But like 2 months ago, or whenever I start, like before I started doing the TikTok shit, before it started kind of blowing up a bit. I mean, I wouldn't say it blew up, but you know what I mean. Like before I started getting some support and like some nice comments for once in my fucking life, I definitely was not happy, and I definitely made a lot of excuses of like, I could do this, but I'm not gonna, like kind of shit. And like you kind of have reasons. I think that's what you're saying. It's like it's not just like, oh, I don't want to do it kind of excuses. You like justify it, I guess. It's like you're justifying not doing certain shit. It's almost like you're lazy, but you're not lazy. I don't know how to explain it. Like I was a bit lazy, but I was more like just defeated. Like life sucks and nothing's working out, and everything I do, dude. Honestly, I'm. People think I'm egotistical as fuck in the game, bro. If you think I'm egotistical as fuck in the game, then I don't know what you're gonna think about me outside of life, because fuck, all I do is reflect on my decisions in life, and you know what? Like, I gotta just be honest with you. I don't really have any regrets, because I don't feel like I do shit wrong. I feel like I treat everybody the way I should treat them. I feel like I treated everybody I loved correctly, and then I got nothing in return. Like, I feel like life's like, dude, you know how I felt for so long? Damn, I'm getting on my rant here. I feel like for so long in my life, like, life was making me a fucking villain, bro. Because I was nice to everybody. Like, that deserved it. I mean, I wasn't nice to people that didn't deserve it, but I was nice to all the nice people. I was, like, I treated everybody with respect. I'd do anything for the people I loved. And I'm not even that type of person. I'm angry. Like, I'm the angry guy. Why am I treating people the best? Like, I'm the angry one. Shouldn't I be the, like, bad person? But it's like, it didn't seem like it. Seems like the nice people were treating me worse than fucking the angry guy, me, treats them. It's really weird how that shit worked out. And now it's like pissed me off to the point where it's like I'm almost in a mood where I'm like, well, fuck it then. Like, let me just do me and let me succeed and like watch everybody that fucking left and I don't know, did all these treated me like shit. Watch them all just be complaining now that it's like, well, shit. Guess he's successful without us. Yeah, damn right. That's how I'm feeling. Like I'm on like I'm on that kind of a kick of my life where it's just like, fuck it. Let me just do it myself. Thanos out here. That's how I feel. You used to go outside and just piece up trees. Got a few scars on your knuckles from that. No anger issues, just irritation. I don't know if I don't really call mine. I hate the term anger issues. Like I would never say I have anger issues. Other people would definitely say I do, but I don't. I don't like that term for two reasons. One, because my anger is super controlled. Like I'm not really. I don't do shit. I don't do shit. I didn't okay first. Like I okay everything. Like, it goes through my brain. Like, I okay everything. I don't do anything I regret. I don't hurt anybody I regret. Or like, I don't do anything, like, on accident, I guess. That's what I'm trying to say. It's like, mine don't feel like issues. Mine just feel like, it's just genuinely a part of me. Like, anger is a part of me. It's who I am. And I don't mind that. I don't mind that at all. There were definitely some things I probably shouldn't have done with it regarding myself, I guess. But, I mean, I'm alright. So... like, physically, I'm alright. So, I don't know. I mean, like I said, I don't really regret it. I don't know how much I want to go into that. You guys are... I mean, anybody that reads the Grail story is going to see some of that shit. It's pretty depressing shit, I suppose. Well, I don't know if depressing is the right word, but... I definitely dabble into the anger there, for sure. I show off a lot of her anger. And, like, why it's there, which obviously I relate to nearly all of it, because she's based on me. And the way she takes her anger out and or deals with it, which are not usually that healthy. That's also a lot of it based on me. Everyone feels emotions differently, yeah. Wish I could fully relate to you, but I just can't, which is okay. I hate getting sympathy and empathy, so I'm not gonna give it to you unless you ask for it, just because I don't want to sound a jerk. I mean, it's definitely not. It's not like nobody would sound like a jerk for giving like sympathy, but. I mean, if anything, I'm the one that's, like, a jerk for saying I don't care about it, you know? Like, obviously I should care, you know? Like, you know how cool it is to... And it's you. I mean, it's you, Wild. Like, you're the one that cares, dude. You're the one that cares the most. Or at least you're the one that expresses that you care the most. So I should say thank you to you before I just don't. You know, that's another thing that's, like, I've been trying to work on in life. And you guys should all do the same. Well, my 2 cents. You guys should all do the same. One thing I've been trying to work on in life is try to tell people thank you more that deserve it. Like, you know what I need to do? I need to go fucking talk to Virus. Like, I need to go talk to Virus and tell him thanks for the games. That's what I need to do. I need to make that a priority. I keep thinking about doing it. I was gonna do it before he said he was gonna maybe quit gaming. And then when he sent me that message, I'm like, God damn it. Why have I not told him that yet? Because I told Dark that. I told Dark that at one point. Me and Dark, we argue all the fucking time, dude. We used to argue all the time. We were at each other's necks, dude. We were at each other's necks, like, every fucking day. And there was just one day where I was like, dude, I just want to say thanks. And he's like, why? And I'm just like, just for all the good times. Simple as that. Thanks for all the good times. Because, like, even though we hate each other sometimes, like, I appreciate all these moments with you. It matters. And anyways, the point I'm getting at is, like, Wild, you're like the person in here that's like, I mean, I'm pretty sure it was you. I mean, I know it was you. No, I'm not gonna say I'm pretty sure. I know it was you. Like, when I hit my knuckles, you're like, are you alright? Which I'm not gonna lie. I'm just gonna be 100% with you. Like, that shit kind of annoys me. It kind of annoys me. Oh, God, that sounds like such a prick thing to say. It kind of annoys me because, like, it shouldn't annoy me because it genuinely matters. Like, it matters. Like, the fact that you give a fuck matters. Because people don't give a fuck, man. And all my life, nobody's gave a fuck. Damn, I don't know how much of that I want to get into, but... let's just say, like, the person I love didn't give a fuck about that. That's how it felt. Which, that feels really shitty. And they know I fucked myself up a couple times over some shit. And they didn't seem to care, but they cared when other people did it. I could fucking rant about that shit for days. And I think it's because I'm tough, maybe? Is that what it is? No, that's what it is. Nah, fuck it. Alright, I'm gonna rant about it a bit. It's because I'm tough. That's literally why they didn't care about me as much, bro. Like, in the sense that, like, alright, me and this, like, they had a friend who did the same shit that, like, I did, kind of. Well, we both, like, I hurt myself at one point. Fuck this shit. Fuck this, I'll talk about it, I don't care. Like, I hurt myself once, but I didn't, like, talk about it because it's not... it's just like, I was angry. Like, I did it out of anger. I didn't do it out of sadness, which are two completely fucking different things. Those are completely different. I did it out of anger. This other guy did it out of sadness, and he was one of those guys that was, like, fucking telling her about it and shit like that, and made her feel like shit, and made her feel like, oh, well, I gotta fucking be around you and help you out and all this dumb shit. And I was like, I was fucking hating on this guy, because I think that's such a prick move, man. It's like a really shitty thing to do to someone, and it's like, you know, what are you doing? Like, I don't know. You guys know what I'm talking about, though. It's a really prick thing to do. It's like he is making her feel bad because he feels bad. Like, fuck off. Fuck off with that. I hate that shit. It's like, I don't make anybody feel bad when I feel bad other than me. Like, I'm the one that feels bad. Ain't nobody else need to feel bad for me around here. I feel bad. I feel bad enough. I don't need anybody else to feel bad, especially the people I actually give a fuck about. Last thing I want is to tell them and make them feel bad. They don't need to know. I'm fine. I'll be good. Not worried about it. I'm not worried about it. And if I was ever worried about it, I'd actually ask. I'd ask for some help. Like, if I was worried about it, I'd ask. So it's like, that shit's fucking dumb. I hate that shit so much. But anyways, the thing that blew my mind was she never seemed to care when I told her. Like, obviously, I just told her. I didn't tell her about, like, I didn't tell her with any intent of, like, I want your help kind of shit, like he did, right? Because it's like, if you want to help or if you want to talk to me, you can talk to me, and I'll just be honest about everything. I don't care, like, but I'm not here to tell you got to do one thing or another. You don't have to feel a certain way. You don't have to say anything to me. You don't have to ask about it. I don't care. I don't care. You do you. You do you. And, well, I guess I can't bitch that they did then, but I just thought they would actually I thought they would give a fuck. I'm not gonna lie. Because they gave a fuck about the person that constantly bitched, but they didn't give a fuck about the guy that didn't bitch, even though they went through the same shit. Well, somewhat the same shit. It's different. It's different still. Because, you know, I actually, like... what do you call that? I guess people say, like, oh, suffer in silence sort of shit, right? I guess that's what I did for a long time. It's just like, damn, shit was bad, but I never talked about it with anybody because who cares anyways kind of shit. Whereas this guy is just, like, bitching about it. God damn, I need to stop talking about this. I don't like this fucking guy. Anyways, I don't like that shit. I just don't like that shit. It's like people like fucking asking for attention and shit. It's like they're announcing shit. I guess that's another way of putting it. I should stop talking about this shit. It's a bit like controversial. I'm probably gonna get hate for this shit, to be honest. I just hated it, man. I really did, because I feel like there's like a lot of people that go through shit and don't talk about it. And then there's people that like go through shit and all they do is talk about it. And I find that like the people that always talk about it seem to be the ones that don't go through as much as the people that don't actually talk about it. I guess that's how I feel. If you're actually going through shit, a lot of people don't actually talk about it. Sort of thing. Doesn't apply to everyone. It's not 100% true, but it's kind of true. What did I miss? What's the back cover of the book gonna say? As in, what is the premises of the book? I don't know. I haven't written it out yet. I think I'll write it out when it's done. I mean, I kind of have a rough draft, but I don't have that here, so I can't really tell you exactly. Makes you feel really good. Every time I say thank you to someone, it makes me feel good. I don't need thanks. I don't need a thanks. The one thing I find joy in the world is helping and caring if I can help. Yeah. Yeah, that's true. No, it really makes me feel good telling people thanks. But I also feel like I gotta be careful with who I tell thanks to, because I don't know, I just don't believe people anymore, bro. As sad as that sounds, I just don't believe people half the time. Like, people say shit and I just don't believe them. Like, so much of the time. But I don't ever, like, I don't say that to them, because it's like, I have no place to tell you whether you're, like, telling the truth or not. I always, like, give people the benefit of the doubt that they're probably telling the truth. But in my mind, I just don't believe a lot of people, man, because I've just met too many liars. Like, I've just met too many liars, and I haven't met a lot of people like me who just don't care. Dark's, like, one of the only people that I have met that's like that, where it's like, fuck it, I'll just tell you how it is. Like, I don't care. Don't care if I offend you. Doesn't matter. Just trying to tell you how it is, that kind of shit. I've started appreciating that. Seeing other people succeed encourages me, especially if I've been there from the start of their journey to succeeding. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that is also nice. I mean, it's really been cool to see people that are like, damn, it's inspiring to see you're doing all the shit you want to do. That always feels good, because part of me goes back and forth on, like, whether I'm, like, doing it or not. Like, definitely I felt like I was. I think I'm in, like, a slight slump here. I think it's because of the watch hours, I'm not gonna lie. But I feel like I'm in a slight slump where I feel like I haven't gone upwards as of late. But technically speaking, I have. I mean, my subscriber count's still going up, so that's good. My, like, live stream count isn't really going up that much. Well, actually, no, that's a lie. It's going up, I guess, a bit. Very, very slightly, but that's how it goes. I mean, I don't know. I'm doing good. Doing pretty good with the streams. It's pretty nice. Be 100% with me. Don't hold any of your feelings back just to spare mine. I won't do that. I don't do that. I just try to word things nicely. Like, I try to word things as nice as I can, but yeah, I don't like hold back anything I feel to anybody. Not even, like, the people I loved. I mean, I didn't do that. It's like, if they fucked up, I let them know. I let them know in a very nice way, but that's just who I am. It's like, if we gotta talk about something, we gotta talk about something. You didn't do anything wrong, though, Wild. Like, I was just saying, like, I guess, I don't know if I got to my point. My point, because I fucking rambled too much. My point is, like, the people asking if I'm alright, it makes me feel, this is a good way of putting it, it makes me feel like what I did gathered attention, which was not the purpose of what I did. So, like, for instance, like, when I hit my hand on my desk there, I just so happened to be streaming. The stream has nothing to do with that. Like, that is a glimpse at me, like, that's a glimpse at what I've done. Like, that's a glimpse at me. Just like, I'm not different from my stream. I'm slightly different, but not because it's because I'm streaming, but not because I'm streaming, if that makes sense. Like, I'm slightly different because I'm happier. Like, while I'm streaming, I'm happier because people are watching me, people are commenting, all that shit, right? But, like, so to give you guys, like, an example, like, I hit my desk once and my hand was, like, yeah, bleeding a bit, right? Whatever. That was while I was streaming. If I wasn't streaming, it might have been a lot more than that. Like, there's been days where, like, I've hit my hand, like, 10 times. And it's, like, relatively fucked up. There's definitely been times where that happens. Or even in one moment, it might just be, like, a bunch. Like, that's happened too. So, it's not as bad while I'm streaming. And honestly, when I first started streaming, I remember thinking, like, I'm gonna have to not do that. I'm gonna have to make sure I don't do that. Which I should be doing that. I should be doing that. I should be making sure I don't do that. I should be making sure that I don't get mad or whatever. But at the same time, it's like, nah, fuck it. This is just who I am. Like, and it's not like, I don't know. I mean, I'm trying to not do it as much as possible, but, like, I am just mad. And I'm not doing it for any reactions. So I think that's why the reaction to it. I guess like I guess I would just prefer people just pretend it didn't happen. Like I don't know if that makes sense. But also like I appreciate the thought of like asking, I guess. Because I also get from your perspective, if you don't ask, then it kind of feels weird. It's like, are we all just gonna pretend like that didn't happen? Some shit like that. I don't know. It's just me being. Honestly, that's one of the shitty qualities of me. Is just like it's like I don't like when people don't ask if I'm all like. I literally was just bitching about how this girl didn't really ever give a fuck about me, but gave a fuck about another guy. That was in the same situation that treated her way worse and all that shit. Classic, fucking classic. But anyways. Yeah, don't get me started on that. Fucking classic. I'm gonna leave it at that. But then now I'm like bitching when somebody says, it's just like there's no win, you know? Like there's no win. But that's how it is. Like that's how it is when you have this much anger. There's no win. Like I'm just mad. I'm mad at everything. So no matter what, I'm just gonna find something to be mad about. That's how it feels. Rather be told the truth than get hurt because of it, than be comforted with a lie. Yeah, I agree. Because eventually, when the truth comes to light, it hurts so much worse because you lied. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, I just feel like if I don't say anything, then I'm a bitch, because I literally just heard you hurt yourself, and I definitely know you aren't doing it for attention, but either way I'm going to. Yeah. Yeah, no, that's like basically what I just said. It's like, literally a lost loss, bro. Oh, you did the right thing. Like, you did the right thing. You were the only person to ask. I mean, like I said, I don't really want people to ask. I didn't do it for that reason, but like I appreciate it. I appreciate you asking, and it makes sense because if you don't ask, then like you said, it kind of seems like a shit move to be like not asking, I guess. But I don't know. It's really like it's impossible. There's really no right answer there. I mean, well, the right answer is what you did. I'm just bitching about it still because, well, I'm not bitching about it. You know what I mean. I'm not bitching about it. I'm just explaining it. See if you need help and something is wrong, or if that's but either way, I'm going to see if you need help or something is wrong, or if it's just you. Yeah, no, it makes sense. Makes sense. You don't have to describe, like, you don't have to explain yourself. It makes sense. Can you explain how important each place on the map is to the story? I could do that. I feel like it's not my place to get into people's personal lives, especially at my age. I don't think age matters, bro. I mean, age doesn't really matter that much. I mean, the person you're talking to now, like, I've been pretty much this exact way since I was like 14 or 15, to be honest. Like, I feel like I matured at a really early age. I didn't really talk to people. I mean, obviously I'm a bit different now, but I'm really not that different. So, I mean, I don't know. Your opinions are valid. Like, just because you're young doesn't mean you couldn't say something or have your opinions not be valid. Let's see. Let's go through some places on this map and what they mean, because there is some pretty important ones. Let's see. I'm just gonna give you random notes. They're not gonna be anything specific. Zion. I don't really have a lot of notes on this. This place is like a. I'm gonna base it like there's like two different like vibes that I'm gonna give Zion. Zion's like a deserty place. Like definitely a lot more hotter, deserty place. And then also, I'm going to give it a little bit more like piratey vibes. A little bit. It's like deserty, but also a little bit tropical. Like there's a couple tropical areas, maybe like up here. Something like that. A little bit of like lots of sand kind of shit. I don't have a lot of details for this. This is like mainly book 2 actually. Zion is like where book 2 is going to take place. But it does exist in this world. It just kind of gets mentioned a little bit, but this is like the big map. So yeah, here, like this is where the story starts. Let me do this. What can I do? What can I do here? This? Yeah, Vela is where the story starts. This is where the main two characters are from. Like Nelly is from Northern Vela, which is up here. Well, obviously it's northern. Ha. Nelly's from Northern Vela. This big castle right here, or this big place, this is Valenhurst Battle Academy. This is where Nelly goes to school. She's learning to become a sword sister, which is like it's essentially like a knight. It's like it's an all-female knight school, essentially. There's also like a male version, of course. There's like the knights, but there's like she goes to like a female battle tactics school, essentially. So that's where Nelly goes to school. Of Grail is from Renmore, which is like this district right here that I'm touching with my cursor. This like the right side, basically the lower right side. This is all Renmore. It's pretty shit. Renmore's pretty shit. Renmore's like the last place you want to get lost or find yourself in. It's just really shit. It's like also Renmore has like the most ghost stories, if you want to call them that. Renmore is like it's just known as like the place you don't want to be. Like lots of stabbings and shit happened there, and also let's just say there's I don't want to go into too much detail because it's like it's a bit spoilery, but Renmore is like okay, how do I put it? These other two districts, there's also stabbings there and everything. Like there's violence in all of the south part, right? So there's Renmore here, there's Lower Londo here on the south part, and then there's like Waterside, which is the like dock side or the water side. That's why it's named that. All these places have like a lot of violence. Like the poorest one is like the Londo district. That's like the slums, like really really poor. It has kind of a bad reputation for like makeshift weapons, and it also has a bad reputation for this is very specific, but this is actually something I'm writing right now. I actually wrote some today, would you believe? I actually wrote some today. I'm writing a part for the short story. I'm adding another part to the short story, bro. I can't stop, bro. I just got to keep adding them. I'm adding another part to the short story, and as of right now, the rough draft, the name of this part is going to be Rust Free. That's like the name. That's like the draft name I'm using, at least, is Rust Free. It's a play on a German word, which is like Rostfrei, which just means like it means stainless steel, basically, like because you know stainless can't rust, but like literally it means like Rostfrei means like rust free, basically, right? Like it can't rust, because the Germans like name things very very literally. But anyways, I was thinking about naming it like Rust Free, and it's gonna be where like Grail actually goes into Lower Londo. They're doing like a collection thing. I'm not gonna get into all that, but anyways, why there's a whole thing with rust down there, and you like tetanus. You know how like you'll get tetanus if you get like hit by something rusty, and tetanus is not to be fucked around with. You want to get like your tetanus shots, right? Shit like that. But that doesn't exist in this world. There's no such thing as a tetanus shot. Just don't get fucked up by rust, basically, right? Anyways, in Londo, they it's really poor, but they also have a gang there, and the gang there is like notorious for leaving their like intentionally rusting all their weapons so that if they stabbed you with it, you get tetanus and it fucks you up in the long run. It's fucking crazy. And Grail does not like that shit, because not only is it... Well, nobody likes that shit. Grail definitely doesn't like that shit because it's super, like, dishonorable. I mean, not that she's the most honorable person, but, like, you know what I mean? Like, she's, like, the kind of person that's, like fair fight kind of shit. So, she doesn't understand what, like, rust does to people until this part that I'm writing right now. Where she sees somebody get hit by it, and then she sees the long-term effects of, like, what it does to them, and she's like, yeah, I'm not going down there anymore. So, like... Grail is like she's kind of she's not afraid of anything except for rust. Like that's her like biggest fear, which is kind of funny. But genuinely that becomes like one of her biggest fears, where like in the book when she meets Nelly, she'll like talk to her about all these gangs, and she'll be like, yeah, this gang uses like Nanks, which is like a certain type of like a blade. It's like a really thin knife, or like she'll be like, yeah, these guys use like flick knives, these guys use Nanks, so like these guys these guys will use like Sammys, which are like longer swords, and then she's like, oh, but you don't want to go in Lower Londo, like they use rusty spinners, and like you just if you ever see a rusty spinner, run. Like that's what she tells Nelly, and like she tries to tell her like, no, you don't understand, like you need to run. And Nelly's like, I'm pretty sure if I see any blade, I'm gonna run. And Grail's like, no, I don't think you understand. Like she's actually scared of it, so it's pretty funny. It's kind of funny. I mean, it's not funny, but it's funny, if you know what I mean. So yeah, this is like where the book starts. This is like all of chapter 1 and all of chapter 2. Well, there's actually a part of chapter 2 that happens out here by Der Schwarze See. But Der Schwarze See just means like the Black Lake. That's what it means in English. So yeah, chapter 1 and 2 happen here. Or 1 happens here in Vela. 1 and 2 happen, or 2 happens like both Vela and Der Schwarze See. And then 3 is also like Vela, Der Schwarze See, and then also this little house. I'm not going to spoil what that is, but that's a thing. That's a whole thing. That's a whole thing that happens. Little detail, but there's houses here, and those matter. The Tallenzintel Valley is just a really nice valley with like lovely flowers. It has like the Tallenzintel flowers. They don't like only grow in this valley. And Nelly absolutely loves them. Well, I mean, it's not like the biggest thing ever, but Nelly loves the Tollens. She likes the Tollenzental flowers. There we go. Uh, she has shampoo that's scented as Tollenzental flowers, so that's a whole thing. Uh, Also, there's an animal there's a bear that lives in the there's a bear that like goes to this lake and fish like eats fish and drinks and all that stuff, and they live in the Tollenzental Valley. They live like right here somewhere, in between the two lakes. So somewhere around here. There's probably a cave. I should add a cave actually. I should add a little bear cave. That'd be good. You know what? I could do that right now. I think we got caves. What do we got over here? We got all sorts of shit. Pretty sure we got a cave somewhere. Yeah, look at these. Well, these are like mining caves, though. I don't know if we have a regular cave. We got all sorts of shit. Look at these buildings. Look at those buildings. I'm pretty sure you could download assets for this, too. I mean, I could technically use one of these caves. It just kind of looks weird because it looks like a mine, and the bear doesn't live in a mine. It lives in a cave. I mean, I could use this, though. I mean, it kind of works, doesn't it? Just make it small and, like, pop it down right here or something. It's small, but boom, bear cave. Bear cave is here. This is where the bear lives. Boom. We all witness it live. Bear lives there. Yeah, so... Anyways, Tollenzental Valley, where the bear lives, all that shit. Castle Fangstra is a shit town, or it's a shit place, but it's a castle. It's a castle that's like crumbling and shit. It's just a shit castle. It wasn't kept up with very well. It's up on like a really tall mountain, which this this is the best I could make it, basically. It's pretty tall. You'd die if you fell off it. Like, it's a pretty tall mountain, so it's pretty like defensible actually. It's just been crumbling due to like old age and not being taken care of really. It's like really poor, and like people are leaving. People don't want to live here anymore. I actually think I was gonna do like maybe even there's like a disease happening there or something. Maybe that's what's happening. And then there's meant to be like swamp area here, like behind it. This is like all a swamp near Castle Fangstra. I can't talk about this place too much, but it's got a cool name. It's based on a character. I mean, Die Klingentanzer, Die Klingentanzerin is a character. That's a nickname. It means the Blade Dancer. And let's just say that character is fucking crazy. One of the best characters in my story. But I don't know if I want to spoil anything for you guys. Let's see. The names are amazing, to be honest, dude. I love these names. So I'm very, very particular with names. I don't name things unless I like them. So like every name you're seeing are like names I very carefully chose. Other than like, this is just a placeholder. Like Die Klingentanzerin's Rest. Like that's kind of just a placeholder. But this is like her. This is like her camp. Let's just say it like that. This is her camp. This is the Blade Dancer's camp. So it doesn't really actually have a name. I just put it there for now. But like Zendal is the name of this entire region. This is where they're from. Is Zendal. But yeah, I'm very particular with the names. This is also just a placeholder name. Like, these are abandoned mines, so I just called it that for now. What else we got? We got this. This is like the biggest mountain range. This is the biggest mountain range in the whole story. It's called Die Siebenhundertsaalen. Also, I'm probably butchering some of the German, but yeah, Die Siebenhundertsaalen. That means like, it means the 700 pillars, which is basically just, there's a fuck ton of pillars. Like, there's a bunch of pillars. You can see them all. There's probably not 700 of them, but that's the nickname, is Die Siebenhundertsaalen. It's based on actual mountain range in Germany, which is just called, I think it's called the Seven Pillars, I think is what it's called. So I did a play off of that, the 700 Pillars. Or maybe it's not called the Pillars, it's called the Seven something. There's seven of them, I remember that. That's what I based it off of. Der Drachenfels, that means like the Dragon Rock. It's like the biggest rock here. That's also based on a real mountain in Germany. I think it's called Der Drachenfelsen, which means like the Dragon Rocks, plural. Let's see. I don't know if it was the Vikings. I just remember someone doing that. Oh shit, I don't know what you're talking about. I should read chat when it comes up more. Imagine if you worked on it the entire year you never did. I mean, yeah, I'd be probably done with it, but the problem is it's really hard to work on. I mean, even this whole time I've been talking to you guys, I haven't worked on much. It's like hard to like. What do I do? Like I don't know what to fucking do. I kind of lost my mojo with this shit, bro. I'm gonna have to make up my own names for these. I can't pronounce any of this. Yeah, it's tough to pronounce some of them. It's not that tough. You just gotta like try. I also fuck up the pronunciations. Like I don't know how to pronounce this. It's based on Totenberg. I don't even know if I'm saying it correctly, but like obviously I kind of stole the name. I might not use this name because it's actually a real place. But also like the Totenberg Forest is like a pretty substantial battle that happened like in German v Roman times. And I kind of wanted to pay homage to that. Now we're getting to some pretty interesting ones too. So first off, this actually needs to change. Let's go to labels here. Let me change this as we speak. Let's go back to 100. Nope. 70. The Amethyst Coast is now over here. This is the Amethyst Coast. Anyways, Amethyst Coast. This is kind of based on Nelly. Nelly has an amethyst necklace, and she's really big into amethyst, and Nelly is like the main character of the book, and it's a long story, but like she's a girl I see in my dreams. Like she matters a lot to me. Nelly is like not completely fictional. So the book is based on like the book is like an homage to Nelly. I don't know how to explain it. Like the book is an homage to Nelly. Pretty much. That might be a good way to put it. So there's lots of Nelly references in here. The Amethyst Coast is one of them, but also what I was basing on doing is I was going to say that there is I might add like there might be northern lights here. That's what I was thinking. Purple northern lights to get this vibe. Maybe to get the name. Maybe there should be a town to the left of the castle on the mountain where the people go when the castle, win the castle, and maybe bring the disease with them. There probably will be some fill in the blank shit. There'll probably be a town here. I think there will be a town here somewhere. I think that's a good spot for one. I think all this is going to be pretty open area though right here. I think this is going to be forest. All this is forest, I believe. Because I know the path from Fangstra to Vela shouldn't have a town. I do know that. This is the closest like big place to Vela. Then we're gonna have like a small town here. Yale is like the biggest place in the book. This is like the biggest city. It has everything. Yale has like literally everything. This is like where everybody goes. Like everybody's like Nelly's friend. She's an artist. Nelly's friend is an artist, and at the beginning of the book, she's moving to Yale to like further her career. Basically, it's like, oh, I want to go to Yale because I can do my art there. So Yale is a big place. Let's see. Nelly sounds like someone you'd hate in real life. I mean, you know nothing about her, to be honest. So, when they leave the castle, now I got what you're saying. What state are you from, if you don't mind me asking? I'm from Kansas right now. Like, I mean, I'm from Kansas, yeah. Etania is based on Italy. The name is just an homage to Italy. And then Strawley is based on a real place in Italy as well. Strawley, this is like one of the most meaningful places to me in the entire book, actually. This place matters a lot. Strawley is based on a place in Italy called Strongoli. And Strongoli is where I plan on living one day. It's like my home. Strongoli is like my home. I wasn't born there. It's just like all the people I love died there. Like all the people I look up to died there a long time ago. Long time ago, like 2,000 years ago. It's like the people I look up to died there. So Strongoli is like one of my favorite. Or it's my home. So Strongoli had to be in the book, and I just named it Strawley to kind of base it off of that. Let's see. Is there a character that you based off yourself? There's two characters I based off myself. There's a character named Belial, which is literally based off of me. And then there's also a character named, like, there's also Grail, who's based off of, like, my anger. Nelly sounds dope. You're crazy. Yeah, Nelly is definitely... I mean, Nelly's just... Like, I love her. I love her. And there's nothing else to say about that other than that. She's quite lovable. Um, Yale got God powers. What does that mean? Is Yale based off the Ivy League school? Are you talking about just like I don't know what the Ivy League means, part of that, but I do know that there's a famous like university called Yale. It's not based off that. I just like this name, and I don't even know. Is this how they spell? Is this how they spell it? Yale? Do they spell it like that, or do they spell it with one A? I don't know how they actually spell it. I do know there's like a university called Yale that like obviously a lot of people talk about. I'm debating making this like an island prison, maybe. That's what I was debating with this. No, theirs is 1A. That's good. I was trying to add multiple like A's in a lot of things here, or well, not a lot, but there's a couple places with double A's, and the reason is because my name has a double A, and I want to make that like make sense a little bit more. I want that to be a thing that they use double A's in certain things. Um, that reminds me, is there going to be magic or something supernatural? So there is something supernatural, which is like, well, there's paranormal shit. There's like ghost shit. But in terms of like magic, you're asking for spoilers. Not really. Yes and no, but more so no would be the answer. There's something very, very slight, and it's super slight. So not really. There's no magic. No, it's very realistic and medieval kind of vibes. But there is one small thing that is interesting, and you'll see it in the short story. You'll see it in the Grail short story. Kinda. You'll see like a hint towards it. And then in the book, there's like shit that happens with it too. And then the last one, I saved the best for last. Well, not just Realmland. So Realmland is it's the biggest region, right? Pretty big. Pretty big region. Realmland is roughly based on Russia. Roughly based on Russia. It's really cold. It's massive. It's kind of got the same it's kind of got the same shape of Russia, a little bit up top. This place right here is really special, but it doesn't have a name yet. It's I can't really say much of it. It's just really special. It's important. And then this place is probably the coolest place in the book, I guess. But I don't know how I'm going to do it on the map, because basically from like this point probably, somewhere around here, from like this point maybe, all the way through here, that's Das Endless Weiss, which I guess it's a part of Realmland, basically. So it's not a separate region, but it's a part of Realmland, but it's almost like it's almost like a separate region. So basically, like, Realmland is like, it's pretty goddamn cold up here. There's like a big city right here, somewhere around this place. There's a big city, and it's pretty damn cold. People don't really like it. Like, it's cold enough to where people are like, I don't like like a lot of people are like, I don't like living there. It's too cold, right? But the more this way you go, the colder it gets, and the colder it gets. So around this kind of line here, actually, this should probably move down a bit. Around this like line here somewhere, that's where shit starts to get like too cold. So there's no cities up here. There's no villages up here. There's no nothing up here. It's just a bunch of fucking ice, and it's like a frozen wasteland. That's how I would describe it. The place is called Das Endless Weiss, and the Das Endless Weiss means the endless white, which is just. I mean, obviously you can get the reference, like the endless white. When you're here, you just see white. It's just snow and ice and death. There ain't no surviving up there, really. It's pretty shit. I mean, you can survive up there, but you kind of have to know how to survive up there, if you know what I mean. And there's a few people that know how to survive up there and have survived up there, but they're the badasses of the book. And actually, like, it's used as like a boast. It's like a boast. If you're from like Das Endless Weiss, it's scary. Like, other people are like, "Fuck that." Like, you went there and lived, or you were there. Like, it's kind of a boast in this world. And actually, what's cool about it too is this is such a notorious area in the book that actually when people die in this world, like when people die in this book, a lot of like warriors, more so warriors than regular people, but a lot of warriors will say like may you find peace in the endless white. Like a lot of them use this as a reference, like it's referred to as like death. That's why it's called this. It's called Das Endless Weiss, because it's like it's a double play on like one, it's like it is the endless white. There's just white, endless. It's massive and it's just white. But also it's a double play on like the fact that like you would die if you go up here. Like the endless white is like what they refer to as death in my book. So yeah. Belial is definitely from the Endless White in the book. No, he's not. He's from Strali, man, because that's where I want to be. Like that's where I want to live. So it makes sense that he's from there, doesn't it? Are you into German culture? My entire town is a massive German cooking pot. I am like the only English Irish guy here. Wait, where do you live? Do you actually live in Berlin? And does your friend actually live in Tokyo? And then, but no, yeah, I mean, I would say I'm less into German culture, and I'm more into German. The German language is what I'm mostly interested in. I think it's a really cool language. It's personally like, I mean, I don't know it super well, but like personally, my favorite language. I really like how it works. Like for you guys that don't understand, like the cool thing about the German language here, like I could break it down for you a little bit. I mean, I don't know exactly what I'm talking about, so take this with a like grain of salt. But the cool thing about the German language, and it's really cool, is you can create your own words. Is Das Endless Weiss based on Serbia? No, it's not. It's not really based on anything. It's just something I created. But yeah, it's not really based on anything. I can't wait for this book to come out. I know it's gonna be fire. I hope so. There's just that one weird crazy person that's up there. there might be a few crazy people up there. I don't know. There's not yet, but it could be. I lived in New Hampshire, but most people I know are German, so I enjoy being around them. Oh, okay. Yeah, I've met some really cool German people, actually. I tend to get along with them pretty well, actually. Anyways, what's really cool about the German language, if you guys don't know too much about it, it's like, so this word, for instance, like, this is a word I created, and like that's what's awesome about the German language is you can create words. Like, you can just make them up, and like you can make up words, and people will still know what you mean, even though you made it up. So like, this was not a word. Like I've never seen this word, and when I was trying to find a word for that meant this, because like Klingentanzerin means blade dancer, and it specifically means like female blade dancer, basically is what this means. Although like the female is just implied, like the in, that means female right there. So basically like Klingentanzer would be like, that'd be a male blade, that'd be like the blade dancer, but it would be like a guy. Klingentanzerin is blade dancer, but a woman. So that's what the in means at the end. But anyways, the point is, Klingen, this word right here, this means sword. Like Klingen means sword or blade, sword or blade. And then Tanzer is a dancer. Tanzerin's a female dancer. So Tanzerin, and then you just combine the word. You just take out the space. So blade and dance, like dancer, and Klingentanzerin. Klingentanzerin's blade dancer. So that's what's cool about the German language is you could just make shit. You could just make shit up. And like everybody that's German would understand this because they know what Klingen means and they know what Tanzer means. So they'd just be like, it's the blade dancer. They dance with blades. It's pretty neat. It's pretty neato. And that's why some German words are super long. Like if you've ever seen, like, I think the biggest German word is like, I can't remember. I think the biggest German word's like 140 letters long or some shit. I think it was. I think there's like a really long word. And like non-German speakers are like, how would you ever know how to spell that? And it's like, well, you just know how to spell all those words. Like they're just a bunch of words and you take out spaces. So basically like the point is that like German, the way I describe it, and again, I'm no teacher, but the way I describe it is that like German, like with the German language, you put spaces between ideas, not between words. That's the difference. So like in English, we put a space between every word, but Germans put a space between every idea. So like for instance, right here, like you don't put Klingen space Tanzer to be like blade dancer like we would, the blade dancer, it's 3 words. Here it would be the, like D, the Klingentanzerin. It's 1 word because it's 1 idea. They're the blade dancer. They're not the blade dancer, they're the blade dancer. It's 1 thing. It's like, it's an idea. They dance with blades. It's 1 idea. So that's what's cool about the German language is it spaces between ideas. Mostly. You can kind of fuck with it a little bit, but that's roughly the way I would describe it. It's pretty cool. I think it's cool. And Tokyo just based his name off of an old game we played, Rust, Alone in Tokyo, which I also based my YouTube name off of, being the complete opposite. Also in German, they gender way more words. Yeah, I know, it's annoying. That's the hardest thing for me to learn. When I'm learning German, I just, dude, the fucking gendered words is actually insane. Like, the amount of times I show somebody my writing, like, I'll get, like, a German person to look over my German writing to be like, hey, can you double check this? And they'll always look at it and they'll be like, yeah, it's pretty good, but, like, this is wrong because it's gendered wrong. Like, this would be a guy. You need to change that because that's a girl. I'm like, what? That shit's so annoying, bro. Like, what the fuck? Yeah, I don't. The gendered words is just absolutely mind-boggling. It's really hard. It's really hard to learn. It's like it's one of the hardest things to learn. There was something else that was really hard to learn with German too. I think for a little while I struggled with like die, der, and das. Because die, der, and das, they all mean the. Literally all three of them are the. Like die, der, and das are the. But like, I don't know. And every time I asked a German, I was like, "What's the difference between die, der, and das? Like, how do you know which one to use?" And every single time I asked them, you know what their response was? They all said the same thing. They all said, "I don't know. You just know." And I'm like, "No, there's got to be a reason. Like, you need to explain to me." And they're like, "I don't know. You just know which one to use. Trust me, you'll just know which one to use. Like, you just need to learn the language, and you'll know which one to use." I'm like, "That's some bullshit. There has to be a reason." But I never got taught the reason, but now I understand it. And I can't describe it to you, because I don't understand, but I do get it. Like, I think, like, 99% of the time, I'd choose the right one. I might fuck it up occasionally, but I understand, like, I mean, definitely, like, D is more feminine, right? So, like, for instance, like, the Klingentanzerin, this is, like, a woman we're talking about, so you'd say D. If it was, like, if we changed this and took off the IN and it was Klingentanzer, which it refers to a guy, you would put der. You'd put der Klingentanzer. But then this is a woman, so it's Die Klingentanzerin. It's different. Das is for like a house. Das Haus. Or whatever, you know? It's like it's a thing. More so a thing, I guess. But it doesn't apply all the time, so it doesn't work like that all the time. But you would say like object. Das, usually. Well, no, that's not true. Because if I was handing you something, I'd say die. It's fucking annoying, bro. There's 3 words for the. It's some bullshit. That's all you need to know, it's some bullshit. The Germans are smarter than the rest of us? I mean, their language is definitely more intelligent than... Like, the language is... Well, not more intelligent, but the language is more accurate. Their language is super accurate. Like, that's specifically what it is. It's, like, very accurate. And you know what sucks? It sucks that I chose German, kind of. I mean, it's an amazing language, but German doesn't mix super well with creative writing. Because... God, how do I explain this? Like, German is so literal that when you make something, you can't really do metaphors as much. So you know how, like, okay, let me give you an example. So, well, we're already talking about her a bit. So there's like this famous duelist. She's a famous duelist in my book, and she goes by Die Klingentanzerin, right? She's a famous duelist. She uses 2 different sets of blades, right? She uses what are they even called? Fuck, I haven't wrote about her in a little while. I'm trying to remember. How did I say that? I can't remember how to say it in German. Stela. Wait, Stela. I'm working it out in my head. Hang on. Steel. What is steel? Stahl. I don't know what song is. Anyways, she's got 2 different sets of blades. One of them are called the Steel Song blades, and I can't remember how to say that in German right off the top of my head. Stahlide? The Stahlide. That's how you say it, I think. The Stahlide blades. I think that's how you say it. I can't remember. Anyways, she's got one set of blades that are called the Steel Song blades, and then she's got a different set of blades that are in English. The English name I gave them was the Butcher Hooks. Then I went to German, and I was going to call them, like, Die Metzgerhaken, which means, like, the butchering hooks. But when I did that, many German people that I, like, showed them, I was like, is this correct? They were like, Yeah, but that doesn't make sense because they're not hooks, they're blades. But like in English, like you can call a sword like that's not a hook-shaped sword. You could still call it like the butchering hooks. It's just a name, right? Like it gives you an impression. They're not actually hooks. They're hooked a little bit actually. They have like a tiny, tiny, tiny little like start of a hook on it. But like they're swords, right? They're swords. They're a blade. It's a pretty straight blade. They're not really hooks. But in English, when you call it like the butchering hooks, it's kind of just like you see the sword and you're like it's just a name. But in German, if you call it that, like, everyone that's German would be like, but it's not a hook, though, it's a sword. Like, because it's so literal. Like, you can't do that shit. It's like, what do you mean, though? It's that literal. Like, they just... it's weird. It's very strange how literal it is. And also, like, another example, this is, like, a funnier example, or a funny example, if you will. If you ever look up, like, German animal names, it's fucking hilarious, bro. It's hilarious. Like, the way they name animals is fucking hilarious. They name them based off of, like, what they do. So, like, the English translation of them, because I don't know all the German names for them, like, so for instance, like a skunk, they call it a stink animal. That's literally what they call it. Like, I mean, it's obvious, it's in German, so it's different, but, like, the words, like the name skunk in German would translate to stink animal for us. And like porcupines are like spike pigs. That's what they call them, spike pigs. And then like what do they call like bats are called like they're called flying mouse. Like a bat's called a flying mouse. Like a squid is called an ink animal. Like that's literally, or an ink fish. I think it's called an ink fish. What else do they have? They have like, trying to remember, like they just have like they're hilarious. They're hilarious, bro. There's one that's really funny. I'm trying to remember what it is. Which one is it? There's something that's really funny. But anyways, yeah, they name animals off of like literally like what they do. It's pretty funny. Pretty funny. Bro, I can't even handle English. I'm never gonna be able to learn another language. You know what's weird about German is like it's kind of just, I feel like it kind of just makes sense to me. I don't know how to explain it. Like when I tried to learn like a bit of Spanish, I didn't know what the fuck I was doing. But like whenever I've been like trying to learn like German, it like makes sense to me. I don't know. Like the language just makes a lot of sense. I don't know. Like when I learn something in German, I feel like I don't have to memorize it. I feel like I just understand it. Whereas with other languages, I feel like I'm memorizing it. Naked snail. Yep, that was one of them too. Naked snail. Yeah, that's funny. Like that's a slug, right? I think a slug is called a naked snail. Pretty sure that's what that is. That's pretty funny. Like that's literally how they name animals. Is the book's writing in German? No, it's 95. It's like 99% in English. There is German in it though, and there are some characters that speak German, but the German will be translated. Well, some of it will. I don't think I'm actually going to translate all of it. There's a few small things that I don't think I'll translate. Just for the fun of it. You said kill two birds with one stone in German, and people looked at you like you were a murderer? That's hilarious, bro. Oh, they're gonna have to make a movie about these books, dude. It'd be so cool, bro. Got a visit there. I mean, that'd be cool. Be cool, man. Google Translate on my other tab. Yeah, I mean, the problem with Google Translate, like, so here's the issue with me translating. Like, so me translating would be better because then it won't get fucked up. Because the problem is, like, the last thing I'd want to happen is for you to throw one of my like quotes that I don't translate in to Google Translate and it translate it wrong. But I don't know. There's just certain things that don't need to be translated, kind of. Like, to give you an example, like, because it kind of kills the vibe of the scene, I feel like. So, actually, this isn't really a spoiler, I don't really care. Like, I've already been talking about her, too. Well, anyways, Grail ends up meeting, like, Die Klingentanzlerin. And you guys know how Grail is. I mean, a lot of you know how she is. Like, I read a lot, like, some of you were here when I read some of her shit. Like, Grail is definitely, like, I mean, she's tough as fuck. I mean, I don't know, she's tough as fuck. I mean, obviously, like heavily involved with like the gang shit. She doesn't like let anybody like disrespect her or anything. Like she's very hot headed and angry all the time, and she's also like physically pretty fucking scary, right? And she's like never been. You know who Grail would. Oh, this. No, I'm not even gonna make that. No, I'm not gonna make that connection because that's stupid. Nobody will get the reference. Well, people will get the reference. I'm not gonna make that connection. Anyways, there's this one scene where Grail meets Die Klingentanzerin. I'm not really saying her name. She has a name. She doesn't just go by the title. But anyways, she meets her, and when they meet, like Grail doesn't know a single word of German. Like she can't understand German at all, and the other girl uses a lot of German. The duelist uses a lot of German, and like she just like looks at Grail and like she can see the intensity on Grail. Like Grail just looks at everybody like she wants to fuck them up. Like she's just always angry and she doesn't take any shit. So if she senses that you're like acting tough, then she's gonna act tough too. Which obviously she can kind of sense it on this girl. And they have a really fun back and forth where like the duelist girl is talking in English to her a little bit, like a bit like she's talking down to her a bit, like naturally, like not very aggressively, but just very calmly, like downing her a bit. And then in German, she says like, there's this quote. It's like it's a saying in German, which is like, I'm not gonna say it correctly because my German's rusty as fuck, but it's something like "Belinda Hund beißen nicht," which means like the dog that barks doesn't bite. Like she's saying that to her, kind of shit. And Grail gets really mad because it's like she's talking about her obviously, but she's like talking in a different language to piss her off because she knows she can't understand it, which is pretty petty. And dude, it's such a cool scene because immediately Grail like the girl's like are you actually tough or are you just a pretender? And Grail like steps up to her like, what, you want to find out? Not knowing who she is because the Klingentanzerin's like famous and she's famous for like, I mean she's famous. Grail sounds a lot like you. I mean she is like me. She's literally me. She's just very like, I mean there's a big difference between us though, which is that Grail doesn't really control her anger very well. I control my anger really well, but we are very similar in the sense that like the way we're both aggressive, like naturally really aggressive, and don't take shit from anybody. All that shit's from me. Like her anger is obviously from me. So she is me. She is me. She's just she doesn't control her anger at all, and she's not as well. She's quite intelligent, but she's not as well learned. You both have massive egos? A bit, but also yes and no. I don't really like the term ego. The term ego implies that it's like not good. I feel like ego is like usually has like a negative connotation. So I usually don't really say I have an ego. I think I have like a lot of confidence and like I take credit where I deserve it. That's how I refer to it as. Grail's might lean a bit more towards ego. But it's also like it makes sense though too. It's like nobody ever did anything for her. It's like everything that happened in life was because of her. Like she had to do everything herself. So naturally speaking, she has an ego because it's like the whole world is against her. That's how she feels. It's like the whole world's against me, and yet here I am. I'm still better than you. Like that's how she feels. Grail gotta be from the Endless White. Grail doesn't know where she's from, bro. Grail doesn't know where she's from. Grail just knows she was here. Grail got here. Like a lot of people, this is actually in the short story, but like I don't know how do I explain Grail, man? I need to read it to you guys for you guys to get it, but like because she's actually very smart, but she's like not well learned, if that makes sense. Grail is she's very very smart, but she's not well learned. Like she was never in a class or anything, so she's very intelligent, but she doesn't understand things. Does that make sense? Like she's very quick to pick up things. She's very quick to pick up things, but she doesn't really like get them. So like one of the things that happens early on in the short story is that she's talking about how she arrived in Vela when she was like around the age of 14 or 10, like 10 to 14 somewhere. Actually, no, not 14. Yeah, it would have been like 10. I think it was somewhere around the age of 10. She arrived in like Vela somewhere around that time, like pretty early in her life, maybe even like 8 or somewhere around that time. And then but she didn't remember anything. Like she didn't remember her family. Like she only remembers her sister a bit. She doesn't really remember like where she came from or how. She remembers like a little bit of like a city and it being like a bit cold. That's like literally what she remembers is like a city and it being a bit colder than like Vela, which makes sense. Vela's a bit like nicer, so like I said, up here is a bit colder. So she remembers those two things, but specifically in the short story, the narration talks about how some people in Vela that know her or like talk about her, they talk about her and they say like, oh, she was born from the wild, like quote unquote, like she has no mother. She came from just the wild. And Grail, not knowing like they're not joking, but they're kind of like they're saying it as in like, oh, she has no mother, like they're more meaning it like her mother didn't care about her and she was like in the wild by herself and she ended up here. That's how they mean it a little more so. Whereas Grail genuinely starts to rethink her like memories and she's like, is it possible to be born without a mother? Because she doesn't understand, like nobody's ever taught her anything, so she's like, can I be born without a mother? Is that possible? It's really kind of sad, actually. It's pretty sad because part of her mind is thinking like, oh, if I ever find my mom, I'm gonna do bad things to her because she left me, but then the other part of her is like, well, people are saying I don't have a mother, maybe I don't. Which is pretty sad thought. Grail got dropped as a child? Why would you say that? I don't think so. Like I said, she's really smart. Are you speaking from experience? Due to what part? Or what part would be the experience? Where did you get your name? Belial is just a name that I got from competing. It means like the wicked one. It's like it came from my harshness and like the way I am. And Bautu Belial is just it's just a play on the fact that like, I don't know. It's just a play on the fact that I'm good. Like Bautu Belial, it's like an egotistical name. I don't know. It's a confidence thing. I know you said there isn't a town in the Endless White, but I think there should be a couple small camps. There might be a couple small camps that don't have people anymore. There might be a couple small camps where people are frozen. There probably will be that. That's like one of the big things. Like they always say, like, don't end up frozen and forgotten. That's like a reference to this place. That's something like the Blade Dancer says, because she is from the Endless White. She's like, don't end up like everyone else. Don't end up frozen and forgotten. Like if you go up there. Well, she's not really from there. Well, she's kind of from there. She's more so from here, but she was in here for a while. So she's more from here. But she definitely embellishes it and says she's from here. Because this is much more of a scary thing to say you're from. So, like, when people talk to her, she says, like her little introduction in German is like, what is it? How do you say it? It's like, Ich bin Vendra, die Klingentanzerin von Endless Weiss. That means I'm Vendra, the Blade Dancer of the Endless White. So that's her name, is Vendra. But yeah, she's one of my beloved characters. Someone I spend a lot of time on. One of my favorite characters, for sure. Definitely one of my favorite characters. I spent a lot of time on her. Also, I'm working on this. I don't know what this is going to be yet. Just a bunch of rivers, though. Island with a bunch of rivers. Like I said, this is going to be like a prison, something like that. We got this down here. And I put little ships in here because they trade. Vela is like a port. They trade. So yeah, this is going pretty well. I just don't know where to go from here. That's the problem. It's really hard to work on, I'm not gonna lie. Can you say the names of the characters you came up with? Yeah. Let me see if I can find a list for you. Yeah, I can. Here, let me do this instead. How about we do this? Can you guys see this? No, you can't. Hang on. You want to know some character names? Let me find them. Characters. Will any of the sentences be in German, or will they be translated? Oh, like a lot of the sentences are going to be in German, yeah. Like a lot of any of the sentences that are meant to be in German. Like if a character speaks German, the sentences will be in German. There just might be a translation at the bottom of the page. All right, so here's some here's some names for you. These are the names that we've got. We've got Belial der Augenlose. We've got Grail. We've got Nelly Madsen. We've got Vendra die Klingentanzrin. We've got Akella, which is her full title is like Akella, Champion of the Amethyst Coast. We've got her. We have Aethelwulf. Aethelwulf's a fucking badass. Got Aerovix. Those are some gladiators. Aethelwulf and Aerovix are gladiators. We have Amazina. That's a gladiatrix. We have Amadeus. That's or like Die Wunderkind Amadeus. That means like the Wonder Child Amadeus. That is Vendra's apprentice. He's a little bit of a badass. We have a little girl named Click. I can't say much about her, but we have a little girl named Click, and she matters. She's pretty cool. We have Carmen Kalost. I don't even know how to say that name. I don't know. That's what I made. She's a girl that goes to Nelly's school of battle tactics. We have Suravix. That's another gladiator. We have who else? Let's see. We got Geyer. That's not a gladiator, but he's involved with like the Gladiator Rebellion for freedom. Let's see. There's a girl named Ivory Yontov. She's pretty badass as well. Marion, that's Nelly's mother. So Marion Madsen. Who else do we got? Ononexus, that's one of the gladiators, famous gladiator. Lots of gladiators. Richard Tark is also like he's a guy that's a pretty right hand man, kind of doctor of the gladiator group. Sermine, that's like Nelly's best friend. Sermine's Nelly's best friend. Shamora, that's a famous gladiatrix as well. Solomon, that's a gladiator. Speta is a gladiator. Thana. I hate Thana, bro. Sometimes you gotta make characters that you just hate. Thana is so annoying, bro. And then we got Vic. Vic is, well, I need to add a couple more, actually. I need to add, what's that guy's name? What's the guy's name? I read about him yesterday, or like a few days ago to someone. Garrus. I need to add Garrus in here. Yeah, Vic is like one of the people. Vic is one of the people. He's one of the leaders of the gang that Grail's involved with. And I need to add Amon in here. In my opinion, you should finish Zendal just to know you're done with it. Yeah, no, that is the play call. If I keep working on the map, the play call is to finish Zendal before I move to anything else. And then the next play call is to finish like Hyacinth in the like left part, like the top left. Just because I think that one's not gonna have much more anyways. It's like mostly mountains. Like I'm already halfway done with that one too, so that one would be the next one to fill in. But yeah, I agree with you. Have you researched the name Belial? Because I'm thinking, if I'm thinking of the same name, it was a demon that worked with the devil. That's what most people think I got my name from, but it's so basically what you're talking about happened after the thing I'm talking about. So like my name Belial came from like the name like Belial is like a name that means wickedness. It comes from a thing that meant wickedness. That's why that demon got named that. So I'm not named after the demon. It's more like me and the demon are named after the same thing. So it basically means like wickedness. But yes, there is a demon named Belial. But like it's because it's like the wickedness. Well, there's actually two different definitions. There's wickedness, and then there's also a different there's a different root word, like a Hebrew root word that meant like without worth. And that's also what the demon was like portrayed as in like I don't know what I'm talking about with this shit, but like in one of the testaments, they referred to like Belial as like no worth, like only evil people would follow him, the wicked one, sort of thing. So it's got a couple different meanings. Add characters you hate to kill them off and make everyone happy. Yeah, there's some characters that get what's coming to them. Don't worry, Grail's gonna handle that. Grail's got that. Dude, I would read you some, but I don't know if I can spoil the book, guys. I don't know if I can spoil the book. Let me see, what is this part? I'm trying to see if there's a part I could read you guys that's like not. Wish I could hear some that wouldn't spoil anything, I know, right? Let me see if I can read some from this. Let me go find this scene that I was talking about before. Because I really like this scene. I don't think it's spoilery. Let's see. The Blade Dancer. Yeah, like I just love this line. I mean, I'm really particular with my lines, but let me see. Oh, I'm so bad with the German though. Still thinking about the cliffhanger he left us on last time. It's gonna be a while to hear the rest of that shit too. Because that's part 5. I haven't even put out part 1 yet. That was part 5 I read you guys. And I'm adding more parts. But I think the part I'm adding is gonna be after that anyways. Dude, I love this part right here. I mean, I could read you this. Yeah, I really love this part. This part means so much to me, actually. I mean, it all means so much to me. Um, I really like these. These just like these lines right here are really cool. Do you know when you're gonna release the book or make it public, or maybe the community before the public? No, bro, I don't know. I'm trying to release the short story soon. That's all I can tell you. And if it gets a lot of love, then the book's gonna be out a lot quicker than if it doesn't. I guess I'll put it that way. Because one thing that does help me make these more is like people being interested in them. It makes me want to work on it more. Yeah, when Grail meets Vendra, I forgot about this line. This is the line I was kind of referencing, but it's cooler when she says it because it's got a couple like so I like mixing certain characters that know both German and English. They mix like both. So they speak like English, but they use some German words in there. And I mean, she's kind of doing it to taunt her. Like she's doing it to taunt Grail a bit. But like this is like where basically like Nelly and Grail end up like kind of running into this girl, and they're actually asking for her help. But more so like Nelly's asking for her help, and Grail's just kind of like eyeing her up. And she like kind of looks like obviously Vendra doesn't really like the way Grail's looking at her, so she like I have her like this is like the first line she says to them is like the Ich bin Vendra, die Klingentanzerin von Endless Weiss. She leaned in uncomfortably close to Grail. Tell me, Ryzine, are you the real deal or just a pretender? And that's when Grail like steps up to her and she's like, do you want to find out? Because she doesn't know what like Ryzine means and she doesn't know what the rest of that shit meant. But obviously like she can tell she's like talking shit to her. She's like, but Ryzine means like it means giant. She's like, tell me, giant, are you the real deal or just a pretender? Because, like, Grail looks tough. So she's like, are you actually tough? And I love Grail just immediately. She's like, do you want to find out? And Vendra laughs. Like, she laughs. Like, that's, like, her response. And Grail's just like, is something funny? And Nelly's immediately like, please don't engage. Please don't engage. Because Nelly's actually heard of this girl before. Like, she's... Like, Vendra's famous. I'll just put it that way. Vendra's famous. And Grail doesn't know that, nor would she care if she knew anyways. She doesn't care. She's not afraid of anybody. But Nelly's heard of Vendra, and she's just like, please stop engaging, Grail. Please don't. Please don't do this. And then that's when she has that line of like, oh, like, the barking dogs don't ever bite sort of shit. Like, mocking Grail with like a gesture. Nelly's funny too. I like Nelly because like they go back and forth right here. Let me see, like Yeah, like they kind of like get, obviously they're pretty close, like, and it's getting heated, and then it like cuts to Nelly just being like, she's like, sorry, I'm kind of short and think you guys might have forgotten I was here, and like she like presses in between them and she's like, did you say like die Klingen tanzen? So that's like her just being like, I'm just making sure, like, you're that, right? And immediately Vinder's like, I don't think I stuttered, and she's like, no, you definitely didn't. You definitely didn't. I'm just confirming. Okay, cool. I like that. I like that. She's, because definitely Nellie's pretty short, but it's also just funny. She's just like, I think you guys forgot I'm here. I'm still here. I'm trying to find something that I can read actually. That's not spoilerish. Grail's dream. What is Grail dream? I can't remember. Ooh, okay. I forgot that was the thing. I haven't read any of this in a while, bro. Oh my god, I could read you guys this. Hang on. Hang on. I gotta reread it real quick to see if there's any spoilers. I mean, it's kind of well, it's not a spoiler, but goddamn, all the shit's good. I love this shit, man. I love my writing. Um, Alright, I'm editing it a bit, I'm not gonna lie. Let me change this. She shouldn't say I'm here. Grail doesn't use the word I'm very much. I think I'm gonna have to redo a lot of these Grail lines, because the last time I wrote this, she spoke a bit differently, but... Or did he just have some volts to read? I wish I could write on stream or something, that'd be kind of cool. But I would be too pressured to do that. I could try it at some point, but that would be crazy, bro. I mean, I could read you guys this, it's not that deep. It's kind of the intro to the book, really. I mean, it's the end of the first chapter, but it's kind of like what gets you into the book. It's like the big, like, alright, here we go. God damn, some of these lines hit fucking hard, though. I would love to see you write in your thought process. That would be crazy. If you write on stream, everyone would have to be caught up with the story. No, if I wrote on stream, I would write like I would start with like a fresh, like I would do like a short story and I'd just start fresh. But yeah, I mean, even if like you didn't catch the first one, then you'd be behind, and yeah, it'd be a bit weird. It'd be hard. Like it'd be very hard to write. Yeah, it'd be tough. It'd be really tough. I could maybe try it, but I'd also be nervous as fuck, to be honest. I mean, I can read this for you guys. It's, yeah, I mean, I don't really mind reading this. I don't think. Let me see, though. I gotta find, let me see. No, because I haven't done this at all, though. What is this for? Yeah, it's got a weird start, though. Well. Blade pointing. This is one of the annoying things about writing. You always switch these like past tense, current tense, like or past tense and present tense, all that shit. Blade pointing, flow towards your leg. You could do a community night on Saturday where people join a VC and listen to you read and give their thoughts. Maybe, but I don't have enough reading. I don't have enough shit to read. Well, I mean, I do, but I don't. And I can't just keep reading all my shit because most of it is spoilers. There's very few things I can read that aren't spoilers. This isn't really a spoiler. I could read this. But, I mean, it's not a spoiler, but it, like, a lot of things like this would be. I don't know. Also, I think I can look at this. Hang on. Manuscript. So right now, my book. This isn't every scene I've written, by the way. This is just what's placed in the book so far. But so far, my book has 78,000 words, like just in this, which is probably about I don't even fucking know. 40% of it, maybe, or 50%. I don't know. Probably 40%. No, probably 40%. You're back? Welcome back. We're deciding if I should read some of this or not. Or just people join a VC and chill and vibe out watching YouTube together or something. I mean, that could be cool. That could be cool. That could indeed be cool. Read some of the book, that would be fire. It's just this really small scene I would read, because I can't really read much. Otherwise, it's like spoilers. Trying to respond to a couple things. Yeah, I was trying to find a piece of the book I could read. I mean, this one is like decent. Trying to find if there's anything else though. This one's interesting, but I don't think the right one. I don't think I should read that. I feel like I gotta describe this scene a lot though. Fuck it, I'm gonna read it though, if you guys want to hear it. I don't really mind. I think it's a pretty cool way to end the first chapter. I really like ending my like every chapter or every part on like a mini cliffhanger, if that makes sense. Like not like big ones, but like I definitely like ending them with like oomph, and it's like it's like getting ready for shit. It's like gearing up for shit. I always end them on shit that's like relatively decent, like on a bold point. Maybe that's a good way of putting it. All right. Too bad, like Harley's not here, and whoever else was here last time. I think. Well, actually, I think it's just her because it was her. I think Funny's still here, and I think Wild was here. Well, were you here when I read my shit? I think so. Can't remember. I know like Funny was here, Harley was here. I want to say Wild is here, and then Layla was here for a short bit at the end. I think it was just 4 people. I'm even more nervous to read parts from the book though, because I actually haven't fucked with this in so long, and it's not done. Like it's not done at all. Yeah, it was me, Layla, Harley. I think Wild was here, wasn't he? Or was he not? Somebody else was here, I think. I think it was 4 people. Maybe it wasn't. That's the only downside of me reading some of it, is there's always people that miss it. That wanted to hear it. They just didn't know I was going to be reading it or some shit. I had you tabbed. Yeah, I think a few people had me tabbed, but weren't there. I unfortunately was asleep. Oh, why did I think you were there? Yeah, sure. I mean, I'll read this. I'll read this. But keep it in mind that I haven't... Oh, Raven was there? Was she there? I didn't think she was there. I thought she had went to sleep by then. Maybe. I don't know. I can't remember, but... Yeah, I can try to read this. I haven't read this in like a year, and I haven't read over it, so I'm probably gonna like not like some of it, to be honest. Naturally, that's what happens with writing. Is like you write it one time, and then later you think it's trash, and then you redo it. Usually how it goes. But I do know like the idea of the scene is nasty. It's great. It's a great scene. But I have to build you guys a little bit of a picture here. So let me think. Without also giving away too much. Well, it's the beginning of the book, so even like giving away, it's not really that much. Well, we all know roughly what Grail's like. I mean, she's been involved with she's been involved with the gang for like most of her life now. And let's just say she's gotten up to a lot of violent acts with that gang, and she's verified. That's a good way of putting it. She's verified. Like, she speaks tough, but she is tough. Like, she actually gets done with that shit. She gets done with that shit. And in this book, in the start of the book, she is no longer with the gang. She's kind of quit, but she still lives in Renmore, so it's still like she's around the violence, and she's not necessarily opposed to she's not opposed to violence yet. Like, she's not opposed to violence. She's just not she's not a part of the gang anymore. So she's not actively going out looking for like opposite like ops per se. But she's still just not someone to fuck with, basically. That's all it is. So she's not looking for violence actively. But she is kind of missing it. Like, a part of her misses the violent shit because she has really bad anger. And essentially, to describe her anger, Grail has to, she has to get her anger out some way. So it's either going to come out on other people or it's going to eventually come out on her, which is obviously not. Neither is really ideal, but that's just how it is. It's going to come out somewhere. It's either going to be on someone else or it's going to end up being on her, and that's no good either. So yeah, Grail has a bit of an issue with her anger, I suppose, right? And what else do you need to know before the scene? So basically, Grail meets Nelly. They are a bit of an unlikely friendship. Well, I wouldn't call it a friendship quite yet. Nelly likes to think of Grail as a friend. Grail doesn't think of Nelly as a friend yet. The reason that Grail has agreed to be with Nelly or be around Nelly and hang out with her is because Nelly has offered Grail. This is the point of the book. This is literally the point of the book. Nelly sees that Grail's life is pretty shit, and in talking to her one time, Grail ends up telling Nelly that the one thing she wants in life is legacy. That's the only thing Grail truly cares about is legacy. She wants to be remembered. That's it. It's the only thing that matters. So, and she doesn't care if she's remembered for being bad or good. She just wants to be remembered. She doesn't want to be forgotten. That's her only fear, or the only thing she doesn't like. So Nelly is a writer, and Nelly ends up offering to write stories about Grail to gain her legacy and fame that she wants, so that she can be remembered. And the catch is that Grail has to be better. Grail has to, put her skill set to good use, not to bad use. Like, basically, that's what Nelly's asking her to do. Is like, you're good at what you do. You're good at fighting. You're good. You're tough. But how about we like point the anger in like the right direction and maybe like try to chip away at it some and do the right thing. Which Nelly's idea of that is more like. Nelly's idea of that is a bit more lower than Grail's idea of that when she hears it. So Nelly's more thinking like, let's go help people out. Like, we can use you're pretty strong, we can use your strength to go help people. Like, what if we could go help people carry shit, or we could go help people around town, like, kind of shit. That's what Nelly's thinking. But Grail's thinking like, oh, like, I can do like bounty hunting. Like, I can just go put my anger out on people like that that the guards won essentially, and like that's all good because it's fair. It's fair game at that point. So Grail's thinking that like bounty hunter shit sort of thing. Nelly wasn't really thinking about that. And basically, what ends up happening in this scene that I'm about to read is that Nelly brings up the idea of like, hey, let's go to this event, and Grail's like, why are we going to an event? I don't want to go to an event. And Nelly's like, well, we're going to go there and we're going to help them. Like, we're going to go in and we're going to enjoy the event, first of all. And we're also going to help them clean up afterwards. And Grail's like, why would I do that? And Nelly's like, well, of course, like, it's to start your legacy, we got to start small. So, like, we're going to go here and we're going to help them clean up the event. And then, like, that'll put a good word out for you, It's like, hey, she helped us clean up, right? And Grail, like, unwillingly agrees. She unwillingly agrees, and she goes to the event. She hates the event, because why would she like it? And then, after the event, they're cleaning up, just like they said, right? They're carrying chairs and shit, right? And Grail's doing the absolute classic of, like, you gotta carry as many as you can. Like, get that shit done, right? So she's just carrying a bunch of shit, right? Like, almost falling over, probably carrying so much shit. She's just like, I gotta get out of here. I just gotta carry a bunch of shit and get the shit over with. I'm not taking 15 trips. It's like when you go out to get groceries. You're not taking 2 trips. You're taking 1 trip. That's what Grail's doing, right? She's taking a fucking trip. Just gonna carry everything. Gonna try to anyways, right? Well, anyways, now, getting more serious about it. Grail is really mad. And like I said, her anger is really bad. And every, like, trip she makes where she's carrying shit, all that's happening in her mind is talking shit to her, which is, like, notoriously what it does. Like, her mind, she has, like, it's almost like a secondary voice in her head. You'll see a bunch of that in the, like, you'll understand it fully when you see, like, the Grail short story. There's, like, a secondary voice in her head, and it's really fucked up. Always talk shit to her. So basically, that's what's happening here, is she's walking these chairs back and forth, helping cleaning up, and all that's going on in her mind is the secondary voice is basically just, essentially it's calling her, like, a bitch. Like, you're weak. Is this what we're doing now? You're weak. Like, what? All you're good for is carrying chairs? Like, that's essentially what it's talking. Like, it just keeps, like, saying that shit to her, where it's like, what, is this what you're doing? I thought you were tough. Like, what, you're doing this? You're carrying chairs? So it's just kind of pissing her off, right? And that's where we start. So I know that's an awkward place to start. That's why I had to, like, tell you guys, because literally the line we start on is, like, the exact like, exactly after what I just described, right? So basically her mind's been talking shit to her. Because I don't have the cleanup scene where they're cleaning up yet. I haven't wrote that yet. That's why we're starting here. Let me take a drink of water now before I read this. But that's where we're at. So yeah. Like I said, take this with a grain of salt. This isn't finished writing, but this is what I wrote of the scene. So this is her mind start. Like, we're starting with a thought in her mind. You're a waste of space. Grail's mind huffed as she turned into a dark alley with knife in hand. Her reverse grip felt unbreakable as she held the knife with purpose, blade pointing towards her leg. Are you weak? Are you worthless? What she had intended to be her inner thoughts accidentally reached the surface through her voice. With the building hate in her chest about to burst, she flipped the knife so the point was staring her down. Holding it out in front of her, her eyes went wide. All this world does is teach you weakness, she muttered as her muscles in her arm tightened. But I'm gonna teach you how to survive. She clenched her fist and lifted the knife with a flash, getting ready to send it deep into her chest without care where the knife would puncture. The only thing she cared about is that it would hurt enough to verify her worth. But just before the knife created a cavern in her skin, she stopped. Her eyes began to focus on the sight of thick pooled crimson beneath her boot. She was unsure how it went unnoticed until now. A small puddle of red should have been easy to notice, but in her fit of rage, she zoned the world out. Now she saw clearly. Her eyes ran up and down. Hang on. Like I said, there's going to be edits. Her eyes ran up and down her leg to make sure it were not her own as she took a step back, but it certainly was not hers. A moment later, she wouldn't have been able to tell the difference. Just a moment later, she wouldn't have been able to tell the difference. Once again, she focused on the pool in front of her, then into the dark corner of the alley it led to. She could barely make out the shape of a body laying up against a wall with an expression of horror across his face. By the straining of her eyes, she saw countless stab wounds. Too many. This wasn't just some simple altercation that took place and ended poorly. This was something much more intense, something personal, or possibly for attention. Sorry. I didn't notice you were here. I thought I was alone. She began to lower the knife from her body. The anger she felt now was offset by curiosity. To say that her interest was piqued was an understatement. After all, this is what Grail thought of when Nellie mentioned legacy. This definitely beat picking up chairs, that's for sure. Grail was unsure what to do, but she was far too curious to leave. Now, with the anger in her chest dampened, she got closer to the body and began examining. Was this for attention? She asked the lifeless object as she scoured wound to wound, counting the many metal injections. Or did he just have some volts to rid? I should change that. Or did my man just have volts to rid? That's how she'd say that. Or did my man just have volts to rid? There we go. Because she talks a bit. She loses her accent a little bit, but she talks a little bit in it still, so let me just reread that. Was this for attention? She asked the lifeless object as she scoured wound to wound, counting the many metal injections. Or did my man just have some volts to rid? Suddenly, she noticed a small piece of paper sat nicely upon the victim. It had no blood on it, so she knew it must have been placed after the murder. Unfortunately, the note was in German. Even though Grail didn't understand a single word, one thing stood out. A signature at the bottom signed in red. Der Aufschlitzer. Grail fumbled her way through the strange word and thought to herself a moment. Does leaving your name make you feel special? She wondered aloud with anger behind her voice. Because it shouldn't. You aren't special. You're not the only one around here that has a passion for chinging. I hope you try and run up on me like that, because if you do, I'll leave you looking like you're drowning. Or I'll leave you like you're drowning. Grail stood up slowly as she began to pocket the note. With her lost in thought, back at the event, Nellie began to worry. Something about Grail being out of sight made her begin to panic. She felt like a parent looking after a kid and wondering what kind of trouble she had gotten herself into without Nellie's supervision. She told herself that everything would be just fine, and that Grail was. That was until Grail finally appeared with an awkward question. Nellie, she spoke awkwardly. What does the word Aufschlitzer mean? Aufschlitzer? Aufschlitzer. Oh, Aufschlitzer. Nellie finally matched her pronunciation. I mean, my German's not perfect, but are you sure the word that you're looking for isn't Metzger or Metzgerin? Like, Metzger is the common word for butcher, or if you had in at the end, it would be like female butcher, she exclaimed, excited to show off what little German she knew. Nellie, what does that word have to do with anything I asked about? Well, because I think Aufschlitzer is another word you could substitute for butcher. I mean, it's an old one. Like, we don't use that anymore. She spoke. If you haven't heard the word, how would you know what it means? Oh, well, German's cool like that. Most of the larger words are just multiple little words put together. Like, think of it like this. In common, we put spaces between words, but in German, we put spaces between ideas. And then, oh, yeah, I haven't wrote this out. I put, like, Grail's mind's a bit blown here. Like, I haven't wrote that out, though. And then, after that, sort of anyways, but I guess to be a bit more precise, I believe the word means something like the one who slices, or, the one who pulls apart. The one who rips? She questioned. Oh, all those sound quite bad. She laughed nervously. Nellie zeroed in on Grail's expression. Why do you ask? But Grail clung to Nellie's description. The one who slices, huh? Now you have my attention. Grail's inner voice jumped with joy. For the first time since they met, a smile formed across her face. She couldn't contain her excitement. That ember in her chest felt the coming of flame, warm and welcoming. This was the beginning of her story, and there was no better way to start it than with blood. Yeah, that's like that's just like the end of the first chapter. This is like where like Grail finds her purpose essentially, and this is like obviously where the story takes off from there. Like this is her purpose sort of thing. But yeah, I mean, I have to edit this, but this is like roughly this is the scene. Obviously, I'm gonna add a lot to this. I'm gonna add like a lot more flavor into the wording and shit like that. But the most of the like dialogue is written out pretty well. Like I really like Nelly like connecting it. I feel like this is very natural. Like Nelly hears Auschlitzer and she's like, "Oh, I know what that means, but you're looking for Metzger." And like immediately Grail's like, "What does that word have to do with anything that I asked about? I didn't ask about that word. I asked about the other one." And like Nelly's like, "Yeah, Auschlitzer is like basically a different word for butcher, but like we use Metzger in that, like Metzger in." That part's really cool. Because obviously, like, now it lets us know that, like, Auschlitzer has something to do with, like, butchering, essentially. But now Nelly's like, yeah, we don't really use that word anymore, though. Like, where'd you find that word? We don't use that anymore. We use this word instead. But obviously, Grail's like, no, I'm not interested in that one. And then the most accurate the most accurate is, like, when Nelly, yeah, so Nelly's like, well, I guess if you want to be a bit more precise, it's, like, the one who slices or the one who pulls apart. That's specifically like what it means. It basically is like another phrase. It's like another word for like the Ripper, kind of. But it's a bit like butcher, I suppose. Just sounds a bit worse. It sounds really bad. I'll put it that way. It doesn't sound good. That's why Nelly's like, oh, that sounds quite bad, and like laughs nervously. But she doesn't assume we're talking about a killer. But Grail's like, oh yeah, that's what it meant. I get it now. What do you mean by I'll make you look like you're drowning? I've read it slightly wrong. Let me read it again. I like that line a lot, actually, and then I'll describe it. She says, because I've read it, I kind of fucked it up when I read it. I knew I was going to fuck up reading this because I don't remember any of it, and I'm bad at, like, reading one take, so I need to, like, kind of remember what I was saying. Let me see, where was that? Yeah, right here. Does leaving your name make you feel special? She wondered aloud with anger behind her voice. Because it shouldn't. You aren't special. You aren't the only one in town with a passion for chinging. I hope you try and run up on me, because if you do, I'll leave you like you're drowning. I'll leave you like you're drowning, yeah. I did phrase it weird. Might rephrase it, but it's like a way, like, so she's said it before. She also says, like, I'll make you swim. That's the same shit. It means the same thing. Like, I'll make you swim, or I'll leave you like you're drowning, or she'll also, like, and sometimes she'll say, like, I left that man like he's drowning, or, like, yeah, shit like that. It means, like, I left him in a pool of his own blood. Like, I stabbed him up and there was a lot of blood around him. Like, I'll leave you like you're drowning in your blood. Like, that's what she's talking about. So she's like, I hope you try and run up on me like that, because if you do, I'll leave you like you're drowning. It's definitely like you won't be able to breathe. Like, you're going to be breathing in your own blood. Like, that's what she's saying. It's just a violent way. It's a violent picture, in like a metaphorical sense, I suppose. But it's just how she talks. Like, that's one thing that they say. Like, kind of in Rin more, that's just like a bit of a thing. But that's part of her like lingo. She definitely uses that reference. Or there's times where she's like, oh yeah, the last time a guy backed his blade on me, I left him swimming, or like I made him swim. I think that's a line. Yeah, it's like the last time he backed a blade on me, I made him swim. Something like that. And it's like referring to stabbings, which is kind of her specialty. Yeah, this needs a lot of editing, but the scene idea, it's a cool scene. Because we get to use a lot of German. We get to see like a really dark side of Grail, which is like she at the beginning of the scene, she was like about to stab herself, you know? I'm gonna like make that a lot more clear, and like I'm gonna redo this whole scene. Like, I'm gonna reword this whole thing, because I don't really like the way it's worded here. Which makes sense. I mean, like I said, I wrote this like a year ago, so naturally I've just gotten way better at writing since then. Actually, I might have wrote this a longer time ago than a year ago, I don't know. But anyways, yeah, it's a pretty I mean, crazy scene. I mean, she walks down the alley with the intent of stabbing herself, and the only reason she doesn't is because she spots blood like underneath her before she does. And like even the line of like just a few moments later and she wouldn't have been able to tell the difference. That's crazy. That's a crazy thought. Like she saw blood beneath her, but it's like if I would have stabbed myself first, I wouldn't have thought a second thing about it. I would just assumed it was mine. It's like she barely. And also another thing that's interesting about Grail here, like a small detail, but like if you think about it, you can just catch on to it, which is like it's really interesting that seeing somebody dead calmed her down. Like she was really angry, but then when she sees the dead body, she literally talks to him like he's alive. She's like, "Oh, sorry, I didn't know, like I thought I was by myself." Like she literally apologizes like I thought I was alone, which is partially because she doesn't ever want to like hurt herself for attention or anything. It's not about that. Like it's about anger and it's about like hate. It's like a hate for everything. So when she like sees that somebody else was here, even though he's dead, like her first thought is like, "Oh, I thought I was alone. Like my bad. Like nobody's meant to be around me when I do this shit." It's crazy. Like it's crazy how calm she is about it. It's like it's very just instantly in a different mode of like, "Oh, my bad." Like to a dead guy. It's fucking crazy. She's a bit tapped, is what people would say where she's from. Tapped in the head a little bit. Yeah, I love the idea of this scene, and I love her like she's trying to read the German. Like she doesn't know any of the German, but she sees like the bottom is signed, and she can tell it's a signature, even though she doesn't know what the signature means. She can tell it's a signature, and then her getting mad like, "Oh, does leaving your name make you feel special? Like you shouldn't feel special. You're not special. I've done this shit." I love that too. It's like that's how angry she is. She's just like she's looking for something to be mad about. So it's like putting your name here. It's like not only did he stab this guy up, but like he did it for attention. That's how Grail's taking this. It's like, "Oh, you're doing it for attention. I did this shit and I didn't do it for attention. Like who's actually bad here?" Like that pisses her off because like at the beginning too, she's asking like calmly. She's just like, "Oh, like you know." Like she says like yeah, this line where she's like, "Was this for attention or did my man just have some volts to rid?" Which is like basically her way of saying like did you do this for attention or were you just that angry that you stabbed him that much? It's basically what that means. And well, him leaving the note seems to be for attention. Because if you were just mad and did that shit, you wouldn't be writing your name and putting your name on that shit. So she's pretty mad. Because she doesn't mind if this guy got stabbed up because somebody was mad and they had an altercation, she probably wouldn't be that mad. She'd just be like, "Yeah, that shit happens. I've seen it before. It is what it is." But because this guy like left his name, it pissed her off. It's just like, what? You think you're tough? Think you're bad? I love that shit. It's a lot of thought went into like the thoughts she has about it, I guess. It's not just clear cut. There's like a lot of little things that like make it stand out to her and shit like that. I don't know if that makes sense. I can't wait to go back through and make all these scenes really good, or make all the writing really good, because the scenes are great. Just I need a bit better writing here, because the short story has way better writing than this. The short story has so much better writing than that. It's got a lovely personality. I actually do really like her personality. I actually do really like it. You know what's funny about Grail is she's actually like surprisingly in the book. There's multiple like she's kind of should I even use this word? She's kind of cute, unironically cute sometimes, which is hilarious because like obviously she's not cute, you know what I mean? But like she is sometimes, like accidentally, and it's fucking hilarious, bro. It's because like you know how like she doesn't have any social norms, right? So she doesn't really care what she likes or whatever. So there's like some things that Nelly likes that Grail ends up liking, but it's like super girly stuff, and it's hilarious because it's like you wouldn't expect Grail to like that sort of thing. And Nelly doesn't stop her because, like, why would she, you know? You should like whatever you want, regardless of what it is, right? Just like whatever you like. So it's actually pretty funny. But yeah, I've had, like, a lot of people, like, there's certain parts I read to people, and people have told me that, where they're like, you know, surprisingly, Grail's kind of cute in some scenes. And I'm like, right? It's kind of funny. I think it makes for a funny character, like, a good character, though, because, like, she's terrifying, and you wouldn't want to fuck with her, but she's also, like, kind of funny, to be honest. Like, there's actually scenes where she's funny. Like, I mean, I guess unintentionally funny, to be fair, but still. Pretty good. Pretty good either way. I think she has a really. I think there's a cool line. Where was that one line? Let me see. Dude, is this where her line? Hang on, there's a line here that I fucking love. I mean, I like all these lines. Yeah, this line goes fucking crazy, bro. Some of these lines go crazy. She just has scary lines, bro. Um, I love this. This is like one of my favorite lines I wrote her, just because it sound like this is like prime time Grail line. I don't know, like it's like scary, but also just or like it's a cool reference. But she does like I don't know. She just references violent things really like creatively. I guess it's one of her specialties. But there's this one part where somebody's like flashing a Sammy, which is like it's like a short sword. Pretty scary shit, to be fair, because Grail only has a knife. It's pretty scary, you know. A lot more range, right? Short sword. You don't really want to fuck with it. And and Grail is like, Grail responds by like kind of being like, I'm not scared of the Sammy. It might have a nice chop, but my blade's gonna make your bones vibrate. That shit goes crazy, bro. Like my blade will make your bones vibrate. It's like okay, I'm out of here. Peace, deuces. Like just the way and like I don't know why, but like she references bones a lot. That's something I like really tapped into when I wrote Grail. Like I wrote like because she has like it's meant to show like a lot more oomph with like when she does the bad things, when she does the stabbings. I always reference like the feeling of it hitting bones because it gives you a bit more of a brutal feeling, which is like that's how it's meant to feel for her. And she like I don't know, brags about this blade breaking a guy's bones. But I mean, did it? We don't know. But she believes it. So that's like what she's referencing here is like this blade will make your bones vibrate. That shit's crazy, bro. That shit goes crazy. I'm looking at random lines now. Oh, you know what another good reference is for you? Funny? I know because you were asking about the swimming thing. Another weird one is like there's this time because Nelly doesn't understand any of these. Nelly doesn't understand any of these. Like Nelly doesn't understand half the shit Grail says. Like so, for instance, like the swimming thing, Nelly wouldn't get that. She'd be like, "What do you mean you made him swim? What does that mean?" She would definitely say that. But then there's this one scene where Nelly is like talking about like they're talking about a guy like or Grail's talking about like a thing basically, and she was like, "Yeah, it didn't end well for him. Like we met up and he got caught in the rain." That's what she says. Like she says that. She's like, "Yeah, we met up. Like he bucked into me and like he got caught in the rain." And Nelly responds by being like, "Oh, well, that's not so bad. Like rain's not so bad. Like I actually like the rain." And Grail's like, "No, like different kind of rain. I don't mean like that." And she's like, "What do you mean like different kind of rain? Like what are you talking about?" And she's like I did him proper. Like I fucked him up. Like I stabbed. He got caught in the rain. It's like that's what that means. Like he got caught in the rain. And now he's just like, "Okay, that's not what I thought it meant. I was thinking rain, not that kind of rain." It's like that it's like Grail just has like a lot of weird references. Like a lot of weird references to reference the violent things without like directly referencing the violent things. Knife so powerful the bones don't even stand a chance. You know what's cool about her knife? Like it doesn't actually like break bones or anything, but you know what's cool about the knife is what I actually like about Grail's knife is it's not even sharp. It's not even sharp, bro. Like I made that a point too because I feel like that also adds more like it shows she means it. You know what I mean? Like her knife isn't even sharp. It doesn't even have that much of a point. Like the point isn't that sharp. I mean, it's a point, so like obviously if you put it in someone, it'll go in someone if you fucking throw that shit. If you sling that shit hard. But like that's the point. It's like it's meant to make you feel like Grail means it. She does it with intent because the knife's not even sharp anymore. It's literally like it's like I mean, yeah, it's a point, but it's not a sharp point. You know what I mean? Like if you put it against her skin, it wouldn't cut you. Obviously, like she's slamming it into people, so it'll fuck you up. But like that's meant to show that like it's not even like the knife's not doing the work. She's doing the work, if that makes sense. I think that's a really cool. It's a small detail, but it's a good one. Just like the knife, and also like the reason it's not sharp is because it's hit people's bones enough times to where it's dulled the tip of the knife, which is also a crazy thought. It's like the knife is just dulled because it's hit bones enough times, and it's just like gone, and she doesn't care about it. These two are the dynamic duo. They are a dynamic duo, and they're actually a really good duo. Like genuinely, like Nelly brings out a lot of good in Grail. Actually, like Grail does, Grail gets better a little bit with Nelly around. And there's some really interesting character development with Grail, so I don't know. Nelly's amazing. Nelly's amazing. She has this one line too, I think it's right here. I'm trying to find it. Let's see, is it Second Strike somewhere maybe? I mean, I can roughly reference it. I mean, it's just funny, like the way heading into Renmore. Maybe it's in this. Oh yeah, right here. This line. I like this line. Like I just like these weird lines. The way she talks is cool. It's fun. So she's like, so let me see. Yeah, so basically like Nelly's talking to Grail before they go into Waterside. And Nelly's like, right, so Ren Gang and Wayside are rivals, yes? Does that mean we're going to be in more danger over there? And Grail responds by saying, like, not really. No one should bother us over here. And Nelly's like, in Wayside? I mean, I try not to step foot over there. Nelly spoke nervously. Yeah, don't worry. Nobody will bother you over there with me by your side. Why? Don't they want you dead over there? Nelly gave her a questionable look. They do, but over there, my blade's a well-known leaker. That shit goes crazy too, dude. Over there, my blade is a well-known leaker. That shit's crazy. So she's just like, yeah, they do want me dead over there, but they're not gonna fuck with me because they're like, my blade's a well-known leaker over there, bro. That shit goes crazy. Like just the way she talks, like I fucking love it. I just love it. It's just like unique and it's really creative. It's like a really creative way to like explain things, and like you get it. Like you get it. It paints a picture. Like, all right, no questions. No more questions. Crazy slinging a blunt knife. Yeah, because she doesn't like cut anybody with it. Like the knife is not for cutting. It's just for stabbing. It's just for stabbing. Like she doesn't cut with the knife at all. Like it literally has no edge on it. You couldn't cut you couldn't cut somebody with it. Like if you swung it at somebody, it wouldn't do anything. It doesn't have like an edge at all. But yeah, like the well-known leaker is crazy, bro. I love that line so much. Like, there's so many fun lines like that, bro. She has so many fun lines like that. Let me see if there's any random ones I can find real quick. Because there's some crazy ones, bro. Where is it? Let me see. Is it in ideas? Yeah, probably. The Renmore Reaper, yeah, these probably. I think, what is this? Damn, I was mad when I wrote a lot of this shit, bro. What's up, Leighton? Damn, this is old. This is when I was calling it something else. This is like a different... Yeah, like this is another line of her saying like she's like, I don't man don't sharpen this blade. I'm not trying to shut a man's lungs down. I'm trying to break man's bones. She says that at one point. Like that's like a rough sketch of a line. It's not done. I'm gonna like fuck with the wording, but that's essentially like one of the lines I wrote her talking about the bones shit, bro. Because like a lot of the gang members, they talk about lungs. They're like, yeah, I shut that man's lungs down or whatever. And Grail's like, yeah, I ain't on that shit. I'm looking to break your bones, dude. That shit's crazy. Let me see what else it is in here. Does Grail feel pain? Yeah, she does, but she doesn't feel pain like in the middle of like her anger fits though. Her anger fits like kind of absorb everything, and then she feels a lot when she's out of it. That's why she was trying to hurt herself. The reason she was going to hurt herself is because the pain eventually will take away her anger as well. But like when her anger's around, it's just like it kind of consumes it, to be honest. So like that's part of why she's also like good at fighting, is because she doesn't really like, she doesn't panic. Well, so like in an actual fight, like if you were actually in a fight, I mean anybody that's like gotten hurt really badly will know. Like so I've it sounds a lot worse than it is, but I've been stabbed before, and you don't feel pain. Like I didn't feel pain for like 3 hours, bro. I didn't feel pain for like 3 hours. So like that's kind of how it goes. Like I think if you get shot, it's roughly the same thing. I've never been shot, but anyways, I'm pretty sure if you get shot, like it's not that you feel pain, it's that you like you panic. That's what it is. You panic. So a lot of people actually don't feel pain when shit happens to them. You feel pain way later. Usually, I mean, if you guys have had a bad injury, you know what I'm talking about. Like a lot of times, you feel pain later on, not currently. So that's kind of what Grail, like that applies to Grail too. But Grail doesn't, like the Grail, like the difference between Grail and other people is she doesn't panic. She doesn't really panic. Like, so other people like panic. Like if they got stabbed, they'd like panic because obviously they're getting stabbed. Whereas Grail doesn't really. I don't really feel pain when I don't really pay. I mean, you wrote that so weird, bro. You need to just. I only don't feel pain when I'm not when I'm mad. That doesn't make any sense, bro. You need to rewrite that entire thing. Adrenaline's crazy because I had the same thing when I rolled my truck after I woke up next day. That's when I felt the pain. Yeah, adrenaline's crazy. Exactly. This is one of her lines. I mean, I just wrote these. I'm literally reading from a random list of lines right now that aren't even in the book. So these are just idea lines. But I wrote her. Apparently, I wrote this line where she's like talking about someone, and she says, "Yeah, well, round there, he's a well-known hitter, but round here, he's a famous sprinter." Pretty funny. Like, obviously saying like, "Oh, he's tough over there." Like in his field, apparently he's tough, but he came around here and like we turned him into a famous sprinter. Like he just started sprinting. Like he ran from us. Like he seemed tough, but he's not. I like that shit. Um. Oh, that line is so fucking dirty, bro. Like too dirty to even discuss here. I don't think, man. That's dirty. There's some dirty lines, bro. There's some fucked up lines. She has some fucked up things, bro. Let me see what else I got to share. I like that line. That's good. I'm looking through them. Dude, she's crazy, bro. Dude, this is a really good example of like the slang she uses right here. Here's a really good example of the slang she uses. This is like multiple slang terms all in one sentence. This is a good sentence right here. Actually, this is like genuinely like I'm impressed with this sentence. I like this one. This is one of the better ones I wrote. It's simple, but it's good. This is like her talking to Nelly, and she says, I grew up so fucked and I didn't even deep it. I never saw it like this, no. Like, I spent bare nights in the bando telling myself it's long, but now I realized how bad it really was. You get me? That's a really good line. That sounds really natural, too. That's what I'm trying to get. Is like, that sounds natural. Like, that's how they talk. Like, that's how they talk in London. Like, that's a very London-based, like, line right there. Like, yeah, I grew up so fucked and I didn't even deep it. Like, deep it, I mean, you guys know what that means. Like, I didn't even deep it. Like, I didn't realize it. I didn't figure that out or see that until now. I didn't get it. And then like her saying like I never saw it like this. Now I spent bare nights in the bando telling myself it's long, but never realized how bad it really was. You get me? Like bare nights. Like bare means like lots. They say like there were bare men there. Like that means lots of men. Or like I spent bare nights. That means like lots of nights. I spent bare nights in the bando. The bando's like an abandoned building. I spent bare nights in the bando telling myself it's long. It's long means like it's not looking good. So it's like I spent bare nights in the bando telling myself it's long, but I never realized how bad it really was. You get me? That shit's so good. It sounds so fucking good. I love that line so much. I mean, it sounds really good, but I'm not from that place. Yeah, I mean it just sounds natural. That line is really natural. Like genuinely, like someone from London, if they wanted to say something like that, might say it like that. Like that's very accurate slang. So I'm pretty proud of that one because it's kind of hard. You know, I'm not from there, so like I know the slang terms, I know what they mean, but like putting them together is like a puzzle sometimes. And that one just absolutely sounds perfect. Like that's such a good line. What else does she say? I basically just practiced with every slang term that I know. Dude, like these lines, like they're not the best lines, but I was trying, like this is me testing my slang knowledge, basically of like trying to write lines with certain slang. So like basically what I'll do is I'll take a slang term and then I'll try to come up with multiple lines of her saying like something with that slang term. So one of the things they say a lot in London is they say like, "Oh, that's bait." That's bait, which is like basically this one's a hard one to use. It basically means like how do you even say it? It's like you get away with it, but I don't. That's basically what it means. It's like you do something and everybody's fine with it, but then I do it and everybody gets mad at me for it. That's basically what it is. So it's like I wrote her these lines where she's like, "Rah, people always get mad at keeping it with me. That's bait." Which is like basically like, people don't get mad at them, but now people are mad at me for keeping my knife on me. And then I also wrote her like saying this, where she's like, everyone talks about getting off the streets, but if the Reaper talks about hanging the scythe, everyone gets mad. That's bait. That's like a reference to herself. It's like, oh, everyone can talk about getting off the streets, but if I talk about like hanging up the scythe, like if the Reaper talks about hanging up the scythe, everyone goes mad. That's bait. That's a good line right there. That's a good line. That's me like trying to use that shit. Oh, and the allow it. I gotta use this shit, dude. They always say that too. They always say allow it, which just means like allow it, which means like I don't know. Let him do his thing, right? Like they'll be like allow it. Like stop fucking with him, basically. It's usually used to talk, like say stop fucking with that guy, bro. Like allow it. Just allow him. Or they'll say like allow me. Shit like that. I need to use that some. Because people would probably say that to Grail too. Like if she's pressing them, that would be their response. Like allow it. Shit like that. What else? Let's see. Yeah, there's some good lines in here, but they're all like mostly bits and pieces. They're not like, I mean, most of the like done lines are in there. Dude, these lines are crazy. Some of these lines are actually crazy though. What is this one? Oh, this is the rusty spinner. Shit. London has some crazy slang they do. You wanna hear one of the? All right, I'm kind of spoiling you guys reading this though, but I actually really like this. Actually, wait, did I read part of this? I feel like I read this to someone. I feel like maybe I read this to someone. Let me see. Hang on. This is like probably the last thing I'm gonna read though. Let me go find this real quick. Because I'm pretty proud of this too. Not gonna lie. I don't remember when I read this. I thought I read this on stream, so maybe some of you will like have heard this. Holy fuck, there's 47 pages. God damn. So much for it being a short story, bro. It's gonna be like 60 pages long. I mean, I guess that could be a short story, but where's that? It's in The Ones That Walk Like Me, which is such a great web of crooked thoughts. Where is it? The Ones Who Walk Like Me. Where is that? There we go. The Ones Who Walk Like Me. Damn, I love that. That's such a good title for that's one of the part names. It's called The Ones Who Walk Like Me. And I really like that. Dude, these lines are fucking crazy. This is like one of the best. I think my writing really just has been on another level with this short story. I feel like the short story like transcended my writing, bro. And I think it's because of like I put so much anger and like pain into it. I think that's really what it is. How are you so good at titles? I title them based on. You'll see. I'll explain after this. Dude, okay, so there's this god, like, well, you know, whether the gods are real or not is a whole different story, but there is a god that people worship in my there's two gods like in my book. Vodin and Vilna. Those are like the two gods. And overall, like Vodin is like the nice one, and Vilna is the not so nice one. And like people believe that if you die and you did your thing, you'd see Vodin, and if you die and you did some bad things, you'll see Vilna. And Grail just learned about this recently, and she's talking to Vic, and like she's not in a good mood. And I wrote her this line where she says, "When I die, man would like to see this Vilna. Everyone seems to talk like she's mad booky, but you know what scares me the most, Vic? That one of these nights, I fear that in sleeping with my blade in hand, one of these nights, I fear that sleeping with my blade in hand, a wave of hatred will flow through me like the amethyst sea, and when it does," she paused, "well, then I just worry that I'll ying until the bed's completely red." That shit's fucking crazy. That line is actually insane. Like, she's literally just, like, so Grail sleeps with her knife, like, every single night, right? She sleeps with her knife. Like, she doesn't go anywhere without it. But, like, saying that's fucking insane. Like, she's like, the thing I fear most is that sleeping with this blade in hand, a wave of hatred will flow through me like the amethyst sea, and when it does, well, then I'm just worried that I'll ying until the bed's completely red. That's fucking crazy, bro. That shit gives me chills, and I'm the one that fucking wrote that shit. But I mean, it's because I feel that shit, too. That's crazy. That's just a crazy line. It's one of my favorites from this part. I mean, I want to say it's one of my favorites regardless, but... Are they based on Greek gods? No, not really. I mean, Vodin is kind of based on Odin a little bit. It's like the German name of it. Vilna is not based on anything other than actually Vilna was meant to be a character name, but it turned out to be, I just really liked it, so I made it a goddess instead. I think Vilna's a pretty cool name. Yeah, that line's crazy. I actually drew inspiration. The way I got the inspiration I drew from that line was, have you ever heard the song? I'm not a big fan of Biggie, but I drew the inspiration from the Biggie song, like Suicidal Tendencies, where he said, like where he's talking about like, I don't know, being depressed essentially, and there's like this one part where he says like, throw the magnum to my head, threaten to pull shit and squeeze until the bed's completely red. That's where I like drew the inspiration from that. So yeah, that's kind of where I got the idea of like the bed completely red. I drew it from that. But I just added like her own twist of that, where it's like ying until the bed's completely red. Yeah, you love that song? I used to listen to that song some. Yeah, Biggie's like got the dude. Biggie, like I don't really listen to Biggie, but like he's got like the best rap voice there is. I swear. Like his voice for rap is just insane. I'm really tired right now, but I'm listening. No worries, man. But then, yes, here, let me read this part for you. Dude, I'm gonna try to do the accent too. But this is really hard for me to read, so just bear with me. I'm gonna fuck it up probably. So this is Grail ranting, right? So she says that line. She says like, "I'm worried that I'll ying until the bed's completely red," and then there's a big pause, and then She says, this is actually like Grail doesn't speak that long. Like she doesn't speak in like really long sentence, like or really like she doesn't speak in paragraphs usually. She's a very like one and done kind of person. But this time, this is like one of the only times she actually speaks like a lot. And she says, like man's just been tanking on it all. Like this life gave me what I was always looking for, but I feel like the more I step in wayside, the more I start to question things. Like when I'm looking to hold my side, I'm looking past the man who's dressed nicely. I'm not looking for no man that's happy. No, I'm looking for the man that walks like me, the one that talks like me and dresses like me. I'm looking to do some mad things to them. She paused. I'm looking to turn a man off, you get me? It's peak outside and there's bare nights I could have been dead, but now I'm realizing that the man I'm looking to soak are the man most like me. It's like I'm looking for me on these dusty streets. And then the conversation like goes silent for a bit, and she's like, I'm out here looking for me that I'm out here looking for the me that lives across the made up line, the me that backs a different gang, and I ain't feeling that no more. I don't want to rep no gang, just want to rep me. Want to be remembered, yeah. Just want to rep me. Grail. And like that's her like ranting. That shit goes crazy, bro. That shit goes crazy. That's where like the title comes from. The ones who walk like me. It's like the most It's like the most important part of this entire thing is her like. This is a big thing that's been on her mind like recently, like late in the short story, is like her saying like like when she's walking like with her knife looking to like fuck somebody up, she's not looking for the guy that's happy or the guy that like is dressed nicely. She's looking for the guy that walks like me, the guy that talks like me and dresses like me. That shit's crazy, bro. The accent sounds on point. I'm gonna do a lot of like, I'm gonna be recording it, like recording a professional sort of voiceover. So I'm gonna do lots of like, tries essentially, and make it sound really good, hopefully. But he does have a really good voice, and some of the bars he lays down are crazy. I don't know too many of his bars. Like I don't listen to him too much, but he definitely has that voice, bro. He's got a crazy voice. So good, actually, so good. Yeah, no, this I really feel this part where she's ranting. It's really crazy. I felt like there was more, to be honest. That's what I'm confused about. I thought there was a bit more. Oh yeah, right here. Hang on. Uh, Hang on. Let me see. I'm reading it to see if there's spoilers because I think there might in this part. Yeah, this shit's crazy. I probably shouldn't read this, but I'm gonna read it anyways. It ain't that deep, bro. If you guys know a little bit, you won't even remember or anything. It'll still be like it won't matter. But this line right here, this is like part of that rant. I was going off writing this shit. It was kind of nice. But this is like it won't make that much sense. Like the context will be a little lost for you, but like I was in my bag a little bit writing her ranting right here. That's kind of what I do anyways. I write fucking rants, so it's basically the same shit. But this is like part of her rant where she's like, man's sitting here on volts because his brethren won't glide for him. They ain't got his back. She paused. I don't even like him, but I guess with them not having his back, man realized he's just like me, alone, and he ain't no bitch. He was the first to press a nank to me. Stabbing man in the back wasn't his choice. He just caught a timing. He walked our ends to glide for his wayside bro that I sent swimming. What was he meant to do? Stop and have a chat with me? Rah, I'm talking too much. Like, it ain't that deep. It's just... She exhaled. It's just another young man dead. She began to breathe heavily. Rah, it is that deep. I'm just used to saying it ain't. I hate that. I teared over him, late last night in bed. Man couldn't sleep. My eyes were stuck to the ceiling where I saw him splayed out. His rib cage opened up. Fuck. It's hard to read. I teared over him, last night in bed. Man couldn't sleep. My eyes were stuck to the ceiling where I saw him splayed out. His rib cage opened up after something sinister ravaged his chest. She spoke quickly, not even realizing her bizarre choice of words, but the voice inside her head did. That something was you. You left that Neek swimming. He deserved it. You should be proud. You done him proper. Yeah, that shit's cool. Like that's the voice like snapping back at her. Like she was quickly ranting and she was like talking about like yeah, he was splayed out like his rib cage opened after something sinister ravaged his chest, and then like her voice is like, yeah, that something was you. That shit's crazy, bro. That shit goes fucking crazy. I love like a lot of these like I don't know, the back and forth she has with this voice in her head is really cool. Those fire, yeah, I like that. I'm reading some more of this shit. Damn. I mean, this shit's just brutal, bro. There's just so many brutal lines here. Your stories are so good. Keep it up. I appreciate that, man. Yeah, I'm trying to. Let me see what the. I'll read you all. So right now the. I'll read you guys or I'll tell you guys the So the part names right now. I mean, some of them are placeholder names, but because I'm trying to figure out what I want to call everything. I think part one is going to be called Frostbite. I think that's a good name for it. I couldn't come up with a name for the part one, honestly. The choices were like, let me see, what was the other choices? I think the choices were Frostbite, um, Frozen and Forgotten. That was a choice. That one's not bad either. I could still go with that. Like Frozen and Forgotten, Frostbite, or the other one was like Weak and Worthless. That was like the other one. Um, and the way I come up with titles, I meant to say this earlier, as I was talking about like the ones who walk like me. The way I come up with titles is I write the part first, and then I pick the most impactful part. So, but for some of these parts, it's easier said than done, right? So for the ones who walk like me, like obviously that's the most important like part. So that one's super easy. It's like the ones who walk like me, and it sounds cool, right? So it's a win-win. It's the best part of the part, and it's just amazing, right? The other one, like another good example is like part two is called Yen, and that one is like I mean I'm not gonna say like where the title comes into play, but like that one's another easy one. It's like the one like my favorite line, the most impactful line to me personally, has like yen in it. So it's like yeah yen. It's the part that hits the hardest. Exactly. That's like what you're trying to do. But part one is kind of the part that hits the hardest. I can't name it on that. So that's the issue with part one. The part that hits the hardest, I can't name it on that. Well, actually, can I? Let me think for a second. Nah, not really. Yen is money, or is it peace? Yen is also money, but more means like peace, like peace of mind. Yen is like peace of mind. So that's part two is yen. Part three is called. I'm just scrolling. Part three is called vehemence. That's a really good name as well. Vehemence is like shit. I'm fucking forgetting. Vehemence is also actually kind of similar, isn't it? I'm trying to remember. Fuck, I'm kind of drawing a blank. Vehemence is like a new word that I learned, and I named it that because it was badass as hell. I gotta look it up actually, because I'm dumb as fuck and I can't remember what my own fucking. Oh, it's a strong feeling. That's what it is. It's like passion. Of course, I should know that, motherfucker, man. Dumb moment. Vehemence means like with immense passion, a lot of passion, and that makes sense because I was gonna name that part like passion or something along the lines of like something passion, and then I saw vehemence and I'm like, yep, that's a way cooler word. So that one's cool. Part four is called Revenant. I think there was another name I was gonna call it. What was the other name? It was between Revenant and uh what was the other name I was gonna call it? Yeah, Vehemence sounds way cooler. I can't remember what the other name. It was Revenant and something else. There was something else I was thinking about calling Part 4, but anyways, it's called Revenant. Revenant from Apex. It's crazy, kind of. Part 5 is called On Volts. That's the part I like read a bit, or I read that part. Yeah, On Volts. I mean, that's a good name too. That's like slang term that she uses. On Volts just means like really fucking angry. Part 6 is called Ritual. That's a pretty easy name. It's not like the craziest or the best name, but it just makes sense. So I don't know. I might change that. Is that the cliffhanger one? Yeah, it is. I mean, they all have like slight cliffhangers. Maybe. Well, some of them have slight cliffhangers, but yeah, that's the cliffhanger one. Part 7, as of right now, this is a placeholder name for sure, but Part 7 right now is called A Bond of Flesh and Metal. That's pretty cool. That's like Doom vibes, bro. Part 8, dude, I don't know what to name this one. It's called The Loops. That's hilarious, bro. That's what it's called right now, The Loops. That's Part 8. I might keep that, I don't know. Part 9 has, I think, the best name. Part 9 has the best name, probably. Well, I don't know. The Ones Who Walk Like Me is fucking crazy, bro. I love that name. But Part 9 is called A Web of Crooked Thoughts. And that shit goes crazy, too. A Web of Crooked Thoughts. Bro, that goes insane. I don't know why, but A Web of Crooked Thoughts goes astronomical. Like, that's just a cool-ass name. Part 10 is called The Cycle. That's a pretty important one as well. I mean, they're all pretty important. Part 11 is like The Ones Who Walk Like Me. And then there's a part that I'm currently working on, and I'm debating calling it like either Rust Free. Let me see what the names are. I have a couple written down. I wrote down a couple names. There's The Collectors. I wrote down that. I wrote down Everything You're Worth. That could be a name. Everything You're Worth. Or Rust Free. I'm kind of, depending on how the part goes. If the part goes exactly as planned, I think Rust Free is the best name. I would call it Rust Fry, or like Rust Fry, like just the German word, but it doesn't really make sense because she doesn't know German. Is it about when she learns her fear of rust? Yeah. This is like basically in this part, like the reason I thought like another name could be like The Collectors or Everything You're Worth is because essentially in this part, Grail's role in the gang is like she's kind of like the collector. She's like the enforcer. She's like the one that like, I don't know, it's like you didn't pay, or like, you know, you're talking shit, like we're gonna put Grail on you, like she's gonna come find you kind of shit. And that's what this part is about. I think Rust Free would sound really good. Yeah, I think it sounds interesting. It sounds weird. It's like what like it sounds awkward, which I like. I think that makes for really good title names. But yeah, in this part, let's just say somebody gets slapped up with a rusty knife. It's not Grail. But the problem with the part, here's the issue. Tetanus is like a long thing, right? It takes a long time. Let me see. How long? I'm going to look this up right now. How long does it take tetanus symptoms to appear? The symptoms of tetanus usually develop 4 to 21 days after infection. Oh! On average, they start around 10 days. That's not bad. Okay. I was hoping that it was like I was hoping it would be shorter. So my idea for this part is that this guy gets slapped up by like a rusty knife, right? And they don't think much of it other than, like, Grail's probably just like, yeah, I mean, people get stabbed up, it is what it is. But then this guy, like, essentially, like, his jaw gets fucked up. Like, and he can't, like, he, like, smile. Like, it's, you know how, like, it's like lockjaw shit. And he's, like, smiling, but not smiling. Because there's like this part in the book when Grail is describing it, because Grail doesn't like, I mean there's no like term tetanus, right? Or at least she doesn't know the term tetanus for sure. So there's this, whenever she describes it to Nelly, she was like, no, you need to run from rusty spinners. Like if you see a rusty spinner, you need to run. And Nelly's just like, I mean, yeah, if I see any blade, I'm gonna like run, obviously. And Grail's like, no, you don't understand. Like I've seen it make man or she was like, how does she word it? She words things really funny. How does she word it? Oh yeah, the way she says, she goes, that's I remember. She's like, how do I describe it? Nelly, what's the word for like when you do something all the time? And Nelly's like you're persistent at it, and Grail's like, yeah, I saw it make man persistent smile, but like he's not happy. Like that's how she words it. She's like, I've seen it make man persistent smile, but like he's not happy. And Nelly's just like, I understand. But that goes crazy. Like Grail just like she literally doesn't know how to describe it. She's like, yeah, I've seen it make man persistent smile, but he's not happy. That's why she's so scared of it. She's just like, I don't want that to happen to me. Like, fair enough. That makes sense. I also would not want that to happen to me. That's so funny though. Yeah, it's like Grail is like, yeah, that's what I mean. Like she's unintentionally funny. Like the way she talks about shit is funny. And like her asking Nelly, like, what is it called when you do something all the time? Because she just like doesn't know. It's like certain words. I love it so much. It's really good. She has a lot of moments like that in the book. It's really good. That's not bad though. 4 to 21 days. I can do that. I can work with that. Because I can write the part where like I can write the first half of this part like where they go and he gets hit up with that shit. Then I could like pass a couple days or something, and then they start seeing those effects, and she's like, "I'm not going down there anymore." Because she kind of like, yeah, this is like the only thing Grail fears is she doesn't really like want to be down there in Londo. She's like, no, I don't really like those. I don't like those guys. They're kind of scary. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, she'll do it if she has to, but she like ideally she's just like, I don't really want to go there. I don't want to risk that anymore. I think that it's a good name for a chapter where we see something she fears. Yeah. Yeah, I mean it makes sense cuz like she wants to be like rust free, right? Like that's the idea. Like she wants to remain rust free. Which is fucking hilarious. Like it's hilarious but like not, you know what I mean? So I can definitely write a line about that where like I can write a line where Grail's like I want to remain rust free, like some funny shit, right? I can write some funny line, but like not very like not funny, but funny. You know what I mean? I can write something like that where she's just like, I'm not going down there again. Like I'm gonna remain rust free. Like fuck that shit. Which makes sense, anyways. Like they don't really want to beef with people like in Londo anyways. Like Londo out of the three, like so there's three districts and like Wayside and like Renmore, like those two are like the ones that have problems with each other. But like Londo is kind of like neutral to both. So like there's some shit that goes like it's still like there's some violence that goes down there, but like there's not like there's like a gang that's down there, but they don't really like have beef with anybody specifically. They kind of just do their own thing. So they don't really like Grail goes out of her way to just be like, well, it's not like she's like being nice to them, but like so actually I wrote a line just to set this tone. So like I wrote a little bit, right? I wrote a little bit today. This is all super like early shit. But I wrote this where like I wrote this dialogue line where like Vic comes in and he's like, "You haven't gone to Londo, have you?" And she's like, "Nah, but it's all the same, ain't it?" And he's like, "Mostly, except down there they don't have the same resources as us." And she's like, "Yeah, like we got any?" And like shrugs. And then he responds by saying, "Exactly, but in the slums they got none. So instead of blades, it's more like razors stuck on the side of sticks that get hacked to your muscle, or worse, it's rusty spinners." And Grail responds by saying, like, "Man ain't scared of nothing they got, you know that." And then and he replies by saying, "Yeah, well this time you should be." And she's like, I'm not scared of dying, Vic." And he's like, "No, it's not death, it's a bit worse." Like and then he stops. So I wrote that. That's just like a bit of a back and forth they have. And then let's see. This was where I got the like much more than you're worth, or like your more than you're worth, or whatever line. Was I wrote this like each month that passed pulled Grail further into Rengang. Now she found her place at their goddamn. Now she found their place. Now she found her place as their local collector, a perfect role for her because a collector often took much more than you're worth. That's pretty cool. It's like a double play on words there. I like that a lot. A perfect role for her because a collector often took much more than you're worth. Yeah, that's really cool. Let's see. Although the fun was often siphoned away due to her name, I should put like notoriety or something. Very seldom did a pagan decide to go back on their word. Everyone knew Rengang was on something different, and most chalked that up to Grail. She was putting on for an entire burrow. Luckily for her, this morning she received good news. Yeah, this is like when he came in and talked to her, basically. Let me see. Yeah, so like let me see. Yeah, this is where like, and Vic's like, just remember, like when we go down here, we're here for this one guy. We're not here to beef these people, so don't fuck with them. Like he's basically setting that up because like we don't want problems with this gang. So please, Grail, don't create problems with them. Just we got problems with this one guy. So then I wrote Grail having this line because she's probably gonna have to talk to other people down there. So I wrote her this line saying like, "Man ain't got no beef with Londo. I only got beef with local liars. You get me?" It's just yeah. Like basically, like because they're there for a guy that like said he was gonna do something and didn't. So she's like, I ain't got beef with you guys. I just got beef with local liars, you know. And they'll probably understand that. They'll be like, that's all good, bro. Just go do your thing. I wrote this too, where so they have to bring this younger guy. It's like Vic, Grail, and then this younger guy, which is probably the guy that's gonna get got. I'm not gonna lie, it's probably the guy that's gonna get got. And and he says he like finds them. I just wrote this. This is just like some dumb shit I just wrote. I don't know why, it just came into my mind. But he like sees them two, like Vic and Grail, having a serious conversation, which like they're never happy. They're never happy. Like they're never laughing, never joking or anything. Even though the rest of the gang likes to like joke and drink and all that shit. And like the younger guy goes up and he's like, "Wagwan, Grail, like man, why aren't you lot ever happy?" And she just looks at him and she's like, "Man ain't going to Londo for paying. Man's going to greet Neek with Blade. So when I spot my man, then I'll be happy inside." And she like kind of walks past him, and then he's just like, "A man's starting to think she's more tapped than you get me, man. Mad Buki, man's just saying." And he like, I don't know how to write that line, so because I feel like that probably didn't make sense to you. Maybe it did, but like, well, the first line is like, well, Grail saying like, "Man's not going there for the pang." That's like the lovely women. That's basically what she's saying. Like, I ain't going for the women. Like, I'm going to like greet a Neek with this blade. Like, she wants to fuck someone up. So she's like, if I spot my man, then I'll be happy inside, which is a pretty crazy way of saying that. But that's like, she's like, I'll be happy when I spot this guy to fuck up. And then like he responds by being like, "Man's starting to think she's more tapped than you get me." So like he pauses, like he's not saying a name, but I don't know exactly how to like portray that. The way I wrote it was like him say, like basically it's just like, "Man's starting to tank, she's more tapped than ... comma, you get me?" So it's like he like intentionally left a name out. Like he didn't even want to say the guy's name, but like they know, like Vic probably knows who he's talking about. I mean, I know who he's talking about. Grail probably would even know who he's talking about because I think she would have met that guy by this point. And then he just like says like, "Mad Buki, man's just saying." Like Buki just means spooky or scary or creepy kind of shit. And then also I had like another version of that like collector line where they're like, "Oh, I told you not to involve Grail. She'll take way more than just your worth." That's a good line. I like that. You know what? The other thing I'm trying to figure out is like how much cussing I want to be in this. I mean, I don't mind, like, obviously I don't want it to be excessive, but I also think, like, it does have a place in this because it's very serious, right? And I mean, naturally, these people, like, cuss a lot, right? So, like, obviously in narration, there's no cussing. There's no cussing in narration, but, like, in dialogue, there is a good amount of cussing, right? Right, like the Grim Reaper. I mean, hey, man, I'm just saying the story is called The Rin Reaper, bro. But yeah, I don't know how much cussing should be in it. I don't know if it's like, I wonder what people think. Is it too much already, or is it fine? Because like I wrote another good line. Like I wrote some really good lines, but I just don't know, yeah, how much I should involve like cussing in them or anything. I feel like it's like different territory because I feel like books don't really do that too often. Yeah, like for Grail, like I mean for Nelly, you know, there's no, like Nelly doesn't at all. Like I'm obviously like I'm careful with it. I very specifically choose the characters that do it. So it's like I mean almost everybody doesn't. It's more just like Grail and her gang they do, but like most people don't. So it's not that like overboard. I don't think. I think it just makes sense. Like, it makes sense. It's like yeah, I don't know. I also wrote her this line. I don't know if this will like pop in here, but I liked this line. But I wrote her this line today where she's like, I could have slapped you on the ends, but I wanted to bring this blade to your gaff instead. Like gaff is like place. That's pretty crazy too. I haven't heard too. I haven't. I think from what I've heard, it hasn't been too much. Yeah, I don't think it's too much. I had a sick sentinel shot. Let's go. Did you record it? Let's go, bro. Ugh. Rail's got some great one-liners. She's got a lot. Got a lot of like cool lines. Like I'm just like there's some absolute random lines that I wrote. Like these are more random lines I wrote where she's like like these are just good lines. Like I can plug these in anywhere. The good thing about these lines is like she gets up to enough bad shit that I could just plug these in anywhere. But I wrote like a few days ago I wrote this line where she's like last I heard that man said Rin Gang's wet. It's no wonder my man went missing. That's pretty cool. It's like he's talking shit about my gang. It's like it's no wonder he went missing. Like no wonder you guys can't find him. Guess that makes sense. Like that shit's good. I wrote this line where she's like, "When I walk the block, I'm looking to rip up tops. I ain't never rinsed this off, but I'll still pack a man. So don't get lost." All right, I wrote that. I wrote like another line same day, like because you could see the vibe I was on, but I wrote like, if Dim Man get caught with a salmon sleeks, Dim Man would act a lidge, but fuck that, I'll just back it quick. I said it before, man's ready to rip up tops. That shit's crazy. Um, I love this line. Like I love lines like this. This line's cool, where she's like Wagwan. I heard something last night. Man said you was out here on the inn speaking was. How did you say it again? Rengang's wet? Rah, that's a Mazza that one. Her expression lost all color. Anything else, man, want to say? 'Cause if not, I got something from my man, and it's long. That shit goes hard too. I love the like, and it's long. Like she has a couple lines like that where it's like, I got something for you, and it's long. Like talking about the long blade, dude. That shit's crazy, bro. I love that. That's a cool line. There's a lot of cool lines here. Should have recorded. Yeah, you should have recorded. Yo, how are you guys doing? We are doing good. I'm chilling, reading some fucking one-liners I wrote for Grail, bro. Surprised I caught one in the morning. Yeah, I'm probably gonna be getting off pretty soon. I'm not gonna lie. I was working on this map that you guys are looking at, but I wasn't really looking at it anymore. I was kind of just I was working on this a little bit. I mean, I didn't work on it that much, but well, this is like I did all this a long time ago, pretty much. I forgot you guys are still looking at this. I was reading off my phone and shit. What type of steel is Grail's knife made out of? Honestly, I don't really. She doesn't really know, so I never really cared to pay attention to it. I mean, it's probably, well, let's see. So I mean, it wouldn't be like stainless steel, like the like. So there's a real knife. Like I have that knife. The knife she has, I have it. Like I made it, and that one's stainless steel. But obviously back then she wouldn't have had stainless steel, so it's probably like what 1060, maybe something like that. Not really sure. I never really thought about it exactly. I'm looking through these lines to see if there's anything else. I want to sleep, but I'm so tired. Yeah, same. I'm kind of getting there. Ooh, I totally forgot I had this whole scene written out. Oh my god. I need to do this too. This is like Grail getting a drink. Damn. This is the wine scene. Fuck, I'm gonna have another part. No, bro. Didn't even edit it. Dude, I totally forgot about this. You know what's crazy, bro? I don't know if I'm gonna keep this because it might be like a bit too like fantasy. Well, no, I mean I think it's fair. I was trying to come up with a name for like what Grail's favorite wine was gonna be. And I wanted to come up with a German name because I think it'd be funny if her favorite wine she couldn't pronounce. Just because that's funny. So every time she goes to get it, she's just like, I want more of this, but she can't say it. She's like, I don't know, just give me more of this one thing. And I was also trying to come up with a name that was like sounded badass. Just because when Nelly sees that this is the wine she likes, she's just gonna be like, really? Of course you like that. And Grail doesn't even know what it means, so she's like, what do you mean? I was trying to think like of like an edgy name or something. For some reason I can't see Grail drinking wine. Dude, she fucking loves wine. That's like her thing, bro. When she like finds wine for the first time, like when she drinks it for the first time, it's like, well, she's like a happy drunk. Grail is like a happy drunk. Like drinking makes her like anger go away, so she actually just loves wine for that reason. Not really like loves the taste. She like loves getting drunk because it makes her happy a bit. But anyways, the like her favorite wine, it's called Seelenfänger, which means like soul taker in German. But it would be funny. It would also be funny the opposite way though, if her favorite wine was like some happy shit, some really nicely named shit. In the time period, there wouldn't be a lot of other alcohols. The time period of my book is super loose. Like I'm really loose with it. I mean, it's like roughly based on like 1600s maybe, but I mean like it's super loose. Like I'm not. I would say there's like lots of There's lots of different alcoholic beverages, I would say, in my world. I mean, like a good deal of them. But I think wine's definitely her thing. I don't know. It's just always been that way. Like literally, like I created Grail's character like 7 years ago, and I'm pretty sure wine has always been a thing. I think even 7 years ago, I think for some reason I was just like, yeah, she'd drink wine. I don't know. Pretty sure that was like a very. I think that was real early on days. I think she drank wine. I don't think it used to calm her though. It didn't used to make her happy or anything. That's a newer thing. Like she's a happy drunk. That's a bit of a newer thing. But I'm pretty sure she always drank wine. Wait, what is this? I'm reading some of my old writing on my phone, trying to figure out what there is. Whenever Belial ends, I'll sleep. It'll be pretty soon, man. Are you going to be streaming tomorrow? I'll be streaming tomorrow again, but I mean, I work most of tomorrow, so probably be late or like I might stream before work a little bit. I don't know, or after. I love this. This is like, there's some lines of like Grail getting mad at like people. Like, this is her getting mad at her own gang. Like, I wrote this. This isn't actually in this short story yet, but I wrote this little line of like she sees like her own gang like laughing and smoking, so they're like having a good time, which she fucking hates. She hates that shit. Like, you're having a good time. Why aren't you out here doing something? Life ain't about that shit. But I wrote her like, I wrote this line of her saying like seeing them, and she's like, life ain't about that. Fucking neeks. Saying that they grip and glide, but I actually live it. Have you ever splashed a man down and felt his bones? Her inner voice asked. Never. No one like me. She spoke aloud. Yeah, we're different. Like, that's her inner voice, like going back and forth. So it's like she's saying like, oh, they're neeks. They say they'll grip and glide, but I actually live it. And then her inner voice is like, have you ever splashed a man down and felt his bones? And she's like, never, not like me. No one's like me. And then it's like, yeah, we're different. Dude, that shit's crazy. It's like a conversation happening, but like they only hear one side of it because she's so fucking mad. It's like, yeah, we're different. That shit's crazy. And they're just like, what the fuck is happening? I'm gonna get away from her. I mean, they all say like she's like tapped in the head, bro. That's what they're all thinking. It's like, dude, she's tapped, bro. Like somebody, I don't know. She's crazy. That's some good shit. Damn, I got so much writing on my phone I gotta go through, bro. I gotta get rid of some of this shit. I'll probably end my stream and go right now and get ready for bed, man. Might try to work on this map some more tomorrow and actually work on it. I mean, I don't know. I mean, what I need to do is I need to do what I don't know who said that. I don't know who said to like just focus on this bottom part. Oh, it was Veer. That's what I was already gonna do, but that's what I really need to do is I just need to focus on this part and just get it done. Because once I get this done, it's gonna look really cool, and then I'll be like, okay, boom, let's get this done now. And this is already halfway done. Look at this. This is like all perfect. I don't need to touch any of that. That looks amazing to me. I don't need to touch anything there. So we just need to slap a city right here. Maybe slap like a small village up here. Maybe slap some sort of bridge over here. And then fill this shit in with forest and rocks and all that shit again. Shouldn't be that bad. Would you like me to send some images of the map I have so you have some perspective? You could if you want. I mean, I don't know if it'll help, but I mean, it definitely doesn't hurt. Like, worst case scenario, I look at it and I'm like, nah, it's not gonna help me. But you can definitely send it if you'd like. Alright. I'm gonna close this out. Save this real quick. Okay, boom. Alright, guys. Well, anyways, I appreciate you guys hanging out for this long. And yeah, I'm gonna go get some sleep. So it was nice. Like I said, I'll probably try to stream maybe before work tomorrow. So like around noon-ish or sometime around 1 or 2, maybe. I don't really know. I'm gonna try to. I don't know. I'm not promising I will. I'll try to, and then I might not. I might. And then same thing with when I get back from work. I'll get back super late because it's my long day tomorrow. Like one of my 2 long days. So like the next 2 nights are my long days. So, you know, I might stream when I get home. I might not. It's really just... It's just really random. Just depends on how I feel and all that shit. But anyways, appreciate you guys chilling. It was fun. It was nice. And yeah, I'll probably stream tomorrow at one of those times. So, alright guys, have a good night. Get some sleep. And I'll see you guys later.